Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star Academic YouTube channel. So in this series, we are going to talk about the Flutter. So we have already finished our data programming series last week. So if you haven't checked out my data programming series for the beginner, so feel free to reach out my channel page, and there is a data programming series. And this week we are going to talk more about the Flutter. So if it's your first time watching my video, so please subscribe to my channel, and I will keep uploading the content every week. And in today's lesson, we will talk about how you can set up the environment for Flutter development. So first, we'll give you a quick introduction, and then I will teach you how you can install the Flutter SDK. And then I will show you how you can set up your own emulator both in iOS as well as the Android. And the last will guide you through how you can download the editor for Flutter coding. So without further ado, let's get started. This is Flutter official website, and in their website you can see here is a quick introduction about what is Flutter. So Flutter is Google's UI toolkit for building beautiful natively compiled applications for mobile, web, desktop, and embedded devices from a single code base. And you can use it for fast development because it supports the hard reload. So every time you change the code, the UI in the emulator will automatically refresh. And also by default, it supports the material design widget. So you don't need to. You can customize your widget based on those material widget, and also Flutter incorporate all the critical platform differences such as like scrolling, navigation, icons, and fonts, and your Flutter code is compiled to native ARM machine code, so using Dart's native compilers. First, we're going to install the Flutter SDK. So just click the dock in their menu, so you'll be direct to the Flutter documentation. So here we just click the Get Started. And based on your operating system, here I would show you how you can install Flutter SDK using Mac OS. And I will also mention what's the step and differences between Mac and OS and Windows. The rest step will be the same. So here, the system requirements for install this Flutter SDK will be Mac OS is 46-bit and 2.8 gigabyte for the test basis. And also you need to have like a Git install before. So there is two ways you can install the Git. First, if you install the Xcode, the Git will include inside this one. So how you can install the Xcode? You just open the App Store in Mac OS and just type the Xcode. So you will find the first one will be the one we need to install. We must install because we may using the iOS emulator. So if you haven't installed Xcode, you won't able to run this iOS emulator in your device. So just click install for this Xcode. And another approach would be you go to the Git official website and you see here is an option you can download Git. And there's three options. First, you can download using Homebrew, and also if you install the Xcode, the Git will be included inside it. And the third one would be just download the installer. So Homebrew, what is the Homebrew? Homebrew is just like a package management for Mac OS. So before you can use the Homebrew, you just copy this line of the script into your terminal and just paste it. And click enter. So you will install this homebrew for you. Since I already installed the homebrew, so I'm not going to show here. So after you install homebrew, you just run this command homebrew brew install kit. Then the kit will be successful installed. And then we go back to the official documentation. And after we finish those prerequisites, and we will go to install the Flutter SDK. This step for download Flutter SDK will be quite straightforward. You just follow the same steps shown in their official document. First, we going to download this Flutter macOS stable.zip. So we click it, the Chrome will start to download. And during this time, we open our Finder. You may not see the same file structure like me. So what you need to do is you go to your Finder on the top left corner and you click the Finder and you choose the preferences. And in the preferences, in here there is a new Finder Windows Show option. So you just need to check it and to what is your name. So when you finish like this, and every time you open your Finder, it will show the same file structure like me. So in here, I will create another folder called developer, right? So I just wait until the Flutter zip finish. So and I will, yeah, it finish. I just move the zip folder and here in unzipped inside this developer folder. Okay, when you finish, you just move this unused file to trash. Then we are good to go. So we finish the step 2. The next one, we're going to update this Flutter tool to our parts, environment part. So before we update our Flutter part, so if I running the command here, you will say the command not found. So we need to add this Flutter tool to our part. And if we follow the command showing here, so this line of command only set our path variable for the currently terminal windows only. So the next time we will open a new terminal, so the Flutter command will still didn't find. So what we're going to do is we will check this line to permanently add the Flutter to your part. See, after update your part, we will click this one and we follow the same steps shown here. So first we need to check which shell you are going to use. So there is 2 types of shell. So you just run this command to check which shell you're using. And here we're using zip shell, right? And there is a bash shell and a zip shell. If you are bash shell, so you open this file and set up your environment part. So if you are zip shell, you just open this one. So here, since we are using that shell, so we just type the command open -t and tilde and /.cshrc. So and we hit enter. So by default, you will open this text editor and show our all the configuration about this Z shell, and we just need to paste this line of code, and at the top of bar we need to change this one to the Flutter, the one we install this one. So you just in here, you double click the Flutter under this developer folder, and you double click the Flutter and the bin folder, and you right click and click this get info, right? So you'll see here we will get the part. So you just copy this part and you just paste it here. So you just paste here, right? So here you see our part will be updated to users razor, will be my name and developer and flutter.bin. So after you hit command +S will be saved. So you save. You can also click this one saved, right? And you close it. Close one, close this one, and also close this one. After that, we need to run another command. So it's called source tilde slash .zsh rc. So we source this file, which is similar like a refresh, and after that we run the Flutter command, so it's able to find our like a Flutter tool. Yeah, we did it. So the next one, every time we open the terminal again, so and you run this Flutter version, you still can find your command, right? So you just type Flutter, you'll still find your Flutter, and as well as the Dart. Okay, so the next one we are going to talk about is the Windows, how you can set up the Flutter SDK using the Windows. So here I find another blog guide you through how you can install Flutter SDK in Windows in a detailed way. So you can just follow this step and you are able to run the Flutter command in your Windows as well. Yeah, I will put this blog in my video description below, so feel free to check out if you using Windows. So back to our agenda. So next I'm going to show you how you can create your own emulator for developer loads Flutter app, either for iOS and Android. So first I'm going to open my Xcode. So when you open your Xcode and go to the menu from the laptop bar, and you will see here is open dev tool, and you just open this simulator. So when you click it, it will show, and by default it will give you iPhone 12 Pro Max, and you could either change it to any type. Just go to this file and click this open simulator, and they have different options. You can create like any type of emulator you want. So okay, I'm going to quit my emulator, and next I'm going to show how you can create your Android emulator. First you need to go to the Android Studio official website to download these Android Studio. So you just click this download button and you will start to download. I have already finished the install this Android Studio, so it's quite straightforward. And so here I will show you how I create this virtual Android device. So when you first start open this Android Studio, so you go to config and you click this AVD manager. So it means like a Android virtual device, right? So you see I have already created one before, so I deleted, and so I will create together. So there is a button say create virtual device, and I hit it, and I just random check this piece of work and next, hit next, and I select the default one would be API 30 and hit next. So I just hit finish. Yeah, it's very straightforward, and after you finish the configuration, you just hit this launch this AVD button. So you hit this one, and you will pop up your Android simulator. So first time it will take you like a few minutes to boot out this phone. So the second time it will be much faster. So we just wait a few minutes to let this emulator like a setup. So as you can see, our emulator for Android was ready. Okay, so we finished set our iOS emulator and as well as the Android emulator. So the next one we are going to talk about is how you can set up your coding environment and for a developer loads Flutter application. And here I recommend using Visual Studio Code because you can customize and also install lots of the plugin, and it's very lightweight and pretty fast, and it's easy for debug. And so how to download, we just open the Visual Studio Code official website, and based on your platform, and choose the design installation bundle. So after you finish, you just unzip it, and the process will be pretty straightforward. So when you finish and you open, it will show something like this. So for the easy develop for the Flutter application, so you need to go to this extension market and search for this Flutter plugin, and you just install. And also another one I install would be this one, is Awesome Flutter Snippet, and it's just faster. You can just write down a few lines of like a letter. So if you just write down this one, it will default create this status widget for you. Don't worry if you didn't know what status widget and stateful widget. We will talk about like in the next video. Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson. So we give you a brief introduction, and told you how to install the Flutter SDK, and also how to set up our simulator both for iOS and Android. So that's all for today's lesson. So thanks for watching, and feel free to subscribe to my channel, and I will continue uploading the Flutter series. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about the Flutter file structure, and we'll give you some basic introduction about Flutter widget. And also I will show you how you can connect your emulator we have been set up for the last lesson, and how we can connect the emulator with our coding environments such as the Visual Studio Code. So here you can see I have listed out all the topic we will going to cover in this video. So for the basic widget, I will going to talk about the material widget and scaffold widget, and also we'll be talking about container, a sensor, and test widget. Don't worry, I will give you more detail in the coming lesson for those three widgets, since it will be most common used in the Flutter. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Before diving to today's lecture, we actually left something from last lesson. So in the last lesson, we only set up our iOS emulator. So we still need some steps to configure the iOS emulator so it can connect with our Visual Studio Code coding environment. And here you can see we have already finished the first step, and then we need to finish the step 2 and step 3. So just copy the command and open your terminal and hit enter. And also for step 3, you just copy the commit and hit enter. So you just need to read those agreements and type agree, right? And you hit enter. So okay, we finished the setup part. So then we go to today's agenda. So the first command we need to run is Flutter doctor. So open our terminal and type the Flutter doctor. So what this command does is it will to check to see if you like missing any dependence for this entire setup. We just wait a few seconds. So as you can see, we have one exclamation point, right? So it says the Android license state is unknown. So how can solve this problem is we just copy this line of code and paste it here. So we hit enter. Okay, so we got another exception, right? So how to solve this? You just open your Android Studio and here the config. So you just check this SDK management. So the SDK, right? This SDK, and go to SDK tool in the right panel. So you need to click this one, Android SDK command line tool. So you click this one and hit OK. Just wait for a few minutes, you will finish, right? So you just finish and you go back to your terminal and you can click the console and just run this command again. Yeah, and you just call yes, yes, yes. Okay, after we finish the agreement of Android license, so this time we run Flutter Doctor again. So this time, just wait for a few minutes. Okay, you see this time we didn't get any exclamation point, right? So we congratulations. So next, I'm going to teach you how you can create your first Flutter project. So here, this tilde means I'm in my home root. So here, I want to go to my desktop folder, right? It will be my desktop. I use cd command to go to my desktop folder, and then I run this command. I will create my first Flutter app. So as you see, we can in last lesson we already set up our Flutter tool to be global usage. So in here I just type Flutter version, so I can see my current Flutter version and also my currently Dart version, and I can use the Flutter create this command to create my first application, right? So you need to aware. So if you have multiple words, you cannot use like a dash here. You must using the underscope to connect to multiple words, right? So here I would like to create our first application by run this command. Just wait a few minutes. Okay, you see it's now create. So what we are going to do is we can open our Visual Studio Code. So we can open the folder. So in here, so the folder we've been create is under this desktop and will be the first application. So we open here. Okay, you see, and so this will be our first Flutter application. So next I'm going to give you a quick introduction about those file structure in the Flutter. So the first folder would be tab tool, and those we didn't use that one. And this folder will be just deal with the .SDK, and the idea folder will be created by Android Studio. It's not, we don't care about this folder as well. So the Android folder will be contains the Android native code as I mentioned here, and also here is the iOS folder would be also contain the native iOS code. So since the Flutter support multiple platforms, so underneath the Flutter SDK will convert our code into native platform specific code, right? So the next one will be the lab folder. We will write all our code in the lab folder. And next one will be the text folder, so you can write some unit text in here. And the next one will be the web folder. So since Flutter to support the web, so you can also use Flutter to create your website. Don't worry, I will talk the Flutter web in the future lesson. And then another important file we need to care about is this pubspecie.yam file. So this file would be the it contains lots of like a package we need to maintain. So it's just a dependency management tool, right? So in this dependency, this line, so you can import your custom like a package from the pep.dev. So here is a open. Here is a open library from Flutter, right? So you can search any kind of library you want to use to coordinate with your Flutter application. So it's called pub.dev. So after, so for example, if you just if you want to using the provider list package, so you can go to the install. So you just paste this line of code and in here, right? So in here, so keep the same indentation like in here, the Flutter, and here's provider, the same indentation. Then you just to run this line of command, the Flutter pub-get. After you run the Flutter pub-get, so those dependencies will be installed into your Flutter project, and you can use the package to integrate with your existing app. But no worry, we're going to talk about those in more detail in the future's lesson. So we just focus on this main.dart. Okay, we finished the introduction for Flutter file structure, and the next one I'm going to teach you how you can connect your Visual Studio Code with your emulator. So in here, just open your Xcode, and in Xcode, go to the Open Developer tool and open the simulator. So in order to connect your iOS emulator with this Android Studio, as you can see here, since I already configured, so when my emulator start, so it will automatically connect to my existing Flutter project. So the basic configuration you need to do is open your Xcode and go to the preferences. Go to the preferences, and in this location and in this command line tool, so you need to select Xcode and with a version larger than 10 is okay. So here my version would be 12.5, right? So as long as it's greater than version 10, it will be fine. So after you configure something like this, you will see your VS Code can connect to your iOS emulator. Right here, you can see here. Okay, so we just close this iOS emulator, and so for Android, so you open the Android Studio and you go to the config and choose the AVD manager. So in here, so as I showed you in the last lesson, we have already created this Pixel for API 30, this Android emulator. So we just hit run. Just wait a few minutes, your Android emulator will be boot up. So in this course, I will going to use the Android emulator. So since it will be workable in iOS as well as the Windows. And we go back to the Visual Studio Code, and you can see here it connect with our Android emulator, as you can see here. So how to run your application in this Android emulator. So in here, in the main.dart, as you can see, here is our main entry point, right? You can see here there are two run icon and this debug icon. So the run icon will be run your application in this Android emulator. So we just click this run. So the debug means you run the application in the debug mode. So it will be easy for you to debug this application because you can set up the breakpoint. So you can stop the application in the breakpoint. Then you can analyze the code. So we just need to wait a few minutes. So the first time it will be take long because the Flutter need to build this APK and install the APK into your emulator. But if the second time will be much quicker than the first time. And also Flutter by default provide the hot reload. So when you start your application, so every time you change your code, so you don't need to restart the application again. It will automatically refresh in your application. Okay, finally we got our application run up. So before we dive into the source code from this main.dar, so first I'm going to talk something about the widget tree, right? So the widget in Flutter has two types. The first type would be stateless widget, and another type would be stateful widget. So stateful widget will mainly just maintain the current state of your widget, and the stateless widget, so by name, just it don't maintain any state. So we will be talking about the state management in Flutter in the future video. So just remember, so every widget in Flutter either by stateless widget or stateful widget. So and also in the Flutter application, so you can treat this whole UI as a one widget tree. So on the top widget will be your my app. So in case that's just like this one, my app. So my app will be your first widget. So inside this my app, you see we have different widgets. So we can see in here inside this my app, we have a material app widget. So inside this material app widget, we have a my homepage widget, right? Inside this my homepage widget, and we have this scaffold widget. So inside this scaffold widget, we have the center widget. So you can see it actually built this whole widget tree, right? Okay, so next I'm going to talk about the material app, right? In here, material app widget. So as you can see here, after the my app, so my app actually extends the status widget. So it means it doesn't maintain any state. So in this class. So however, you will see something like this stateful widget. My homepage will be a stateful widget. So in this stateful widget, it actually maintains its own state. So in this example, it will be the counter variable. So every time you edit this floating button, the counter will be increased, and this application will remember it is like a current list. It is state. So every time when you increase, you will be when you click this button, it will be increased just by calling this setState method. Don't worry, I will give you another video talking about this stateful widget. So here I just delete all the stateful widget because in this lesson we are not going to talk about the stateful widget, and we are also not going to use this sim attribute. So we only have this material widget, and we follow the same structure like this. We have a material app widget, and inside the material app I have a center widget. So I have a center widget. So inside this center widget I have a child, and it's a test widget. So it's a test widget. So inside the text widget, I have this hello Flutter. So when I save, so you can see here, so it's exactly the same in this picture, right? So what is material app? So material app just some widget follow the material design principle, and when you use it, you need to implement this material.dar package from the Flutter SDK. So it gives you the full access to all the other material components and the widget provided by Flutter SDK. So as you see here, this website shows some material components widget implemented by Flutter SDK. As you can see here, you can see we have some app structure and navigation widget, and we also have the buttons widget, and we also have input and selection widget, and we have a dialog, alerts, and panel widget. So there are lots of widgets, and we will be talking those in more detail in the future lesson. So now you have a understanding of what is materials app. So next I'm going to talk about the scaffold. So what's scaffold? Scaffold just a widget which can provide a framework to implement the basic material design layout of the application. So you need to place this scaffold inside these material apps. So as you can see here, we have the everything is black, right? So we can wrap this center widget inside the scaffold, and this will be the body property of this. So when I type save, you can see now we have this material design layout. So and with our text in the center, right? And in material in the scaffold widget, so scaffold widget will occupy the entire screen. So you see here, you will know like as the before only have the black screen. So we have the scaffold white occupy the entire screen. And also scaffold widget have some attributes, so such as the drawer, AppBar, BottomNavigationBar, and FloatingActionButton. So when you move your mouse to the scaffold widget, so you can see there are lots of attributes. So remember in that tutorial we are talking if this will be the class, scaffold class, and this will be the name parameter, because those parameter are inside this curly bracket, right? So these are called named parameter. So we just so for example, one give the application an app bar. So I just in here I specify the name, and I need to pass this app bar, right? So when I save it, you can see now we have a app bar. So by default it will be a blue color. So and the app bar by default also have its own attribute, right? For example, like leading, title, and action. So leading will be the first icon shown in the app bar, and the title would be by default in the center of this app bar, and the action would be something like search or like a login or some button you can actually click, right? So when you move your mouse in this AppBar, so you can see it also provides some like attribute. For example, the leading. So I just type leading, and I will give some icon and icons. I can use the menu. So you save it. So you can see here you have show this icon, right? And you can also give it is a title attribute, like first Flutter. Oh, sorry, it should be a widget because you're move your mouse. This parameter actually accept a widget, so you need something like this, right? So when you save, you will see here will be a Flutter app. So by default it's not going in the center, so you can using the center widget to wrap these, and you just save. You'll see now it's in the center of the rest, right? It's in the center of the rest. and you can also give like actions. So in here I will also give like icons, but would be something like settings, right? So when I save it, and you will see here will be a save icon here. And actually in the setting I can pass some list of widget, and also I can make it like a clickable, just wrap in like a inkwell widget. So in inkwell we have like a on tab method, so I can on tab and just make this one clickable, right? So I can implement the on tab and make this button clickable. So, and this will be our AppBar. So next, so the scaffold also provide like a BottomNavigationBar and also FloatingActionButton. And another attribute we're using them often would be this body. So the body will just means anything inside this one. So here I just place this center widget and with its child test, right? So if we didn't place the center widget, so when I save, so you see this one will be in here, right? So the center widget you will center it horizontally as well as the vertically, right? So the center widget. And we can also use like the text can also be style for just using the style property. So you can specify the style, test style. So in the test style widget, when you move your mouse, you can see there are lots of name parameters. You can either pass the color, pass the font size, font weight. For example, I give the color would be color star green, would be give you a green color. So when you move your mouse, you see the color would be accept these colors. So the font will be changed to green. And no worry, don't worry, this video just give you a quick introduction for those basic widgets. So for those each widget, I will give a more detailed video. So how to use it, what's the property inside it, and how to use it. And I will also give a real life demo project and walk through and give you a more like understanding for those concepts. And I think that's all for today's video. So we have built out our first Flutter project, and in the next coming lesson I will talk more in detail about those most common used one. For example, it would be like a container and also the center and the text widget. Okay, thank you for watching. So please subscribe my channel if you like my content, and I will keep upload the video every week. Okay, I hope I can see you in next video. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star Academic YouTube channel. So before we start today's lesson, I would like to thank those people who subscribe to my channel, and I would really appreciate your time for watching my video. And also I will keep uploading the content every week, so please subscribe to my channel if this is your first time watching my video. And this is our third lesson for the Flutter, and in this lesson we are going to talk about the container and the text widget, so which would be the most common widget you are going to use in this Flutter. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. As you see from today's agenda, so we actually will cover a lot of topic and lots of attribute related to the text widget and lots of attribute related to a container widget. First, before we going to talk those widgets for detail, I would like to recommend this awesome plugin called Awesome Flutter Snippets. So you can open your Visual Studio Code in the extension section in your left panel bar and just type Flutter and hit enter. So you will see the second one, Awesome Flutter Snippet. It have a 500K download, and what it does is it will give you a shortcut. For example, if you want to create a stateful widget, so you just need to type stateful and W. So you will automatically generate the whole template for this stateful widget, and also it's the same for the status widget. And you can also just type the build, and it will automatically generate the build method for you. And you also have lots of snippets. So I highly recommend you using this plugin, which will increase your work efficiency. Definitely. Okay, back to our code from the last lesson. So here I have my Android emulators open. I would like to delete all of those stuff, and I will type everything together with you guys. So I highly recommend you do the same way as I did, because the more practice you did and the more understanding you will get, right? Since we are going to use some material widget built in the Flutter SDK, so the first thing we need to do in this file would be import this Flutter material.library, and then next we're going to type our main function, right? So we need to have main function, and inside this main function we type the run app, and we will need to pass our widget into this. So I just call it my app. So here you see I have this shortcut. I can create the stateful widget just you will automatically for us, but so because this is the first time, so I will code along with you guys. So the next time we can use this shortcut. So first we need to create the class called myApp, and which is stands for status widget. And because it extends the status widget, we need to implement the method abstract method inside this status widget, which will be the build method. So we're going to override the build method, right? As we have been talking in the last lesson, so in here we need to return the material app, right? So basically the and also material app has this home attribute, and then we can return this scaffold, and inside the scaffold we have this body attribute, and we can write our center widget, and also center widget have child attribute, and we can inside this child attribute and write our hello world, right? And we just save. You see, we see this application running in our emulator. Okay, this just a brief refresh for the last lesson. So in this lesson, we are going to talk about this container and test widget. So what is container widget? So container widget in Flutter is a parent widget which can contain multiple child and manage them through the weight, the height, and also can decorate using like margin padding and transport and alignment. Those alignment it is child. So here I would like to give you some like a real-time example. So here we write our container widget, and I will give it some weight, for example. So if you want to check what's attribute inside this container widget, so you in the Mac OS you can just hit this command and the left click. You can see there are lots of attribute inside this container widget. So this is the constructor of this container, and you see container actually extends this status widget, and these are name parameter. You can pass those name by like a name parameter, right? So you see they have a color and you have a height and weight, and height and weight would be the double, right? So here I would like to pass the height and could be 300 and 0. So if you just write 300 by default it will convert to 300.0 for you. So and white also give me 300, and I'll give the colors, and you can use like default color. You can just type colors.blue. So colors is actually it defines lots of like a static variable. So you can use a square bracket to choose what kind of value you want. So for example, I want this blue like a square 900. So here I just type square 900, right? And I save. You will see our container is showing in here. So actually, so I would like to write in the center widget, so you will show in the middle, right? And also, if we didn't we delete this square 900, you'll be turned into a light blue. So this is just the basic attribute for the height and weight. So you can also give it 200 height. If you didn't specify any height and weight, and it will default occupy this entire screen. So we'll give this height and weight back, and you can see we can place the child inside this container. So for example, I can place the text widget inside this container, right? I just give it hello, and you see it will be a hello, but it's really small, right? Don't worry, we'll talk more how to use this text widget to style those forms later. So back to our mind map, you can see the container also have this decoration attribute, right? So decoration. So decoration also took this a decoration class, right? So and here I would like to use box decoration. So box decoration is like a child, is like a child in this decoration because it extends those decoration. So in this box decoration, we can give this container like some border, right? So you can give the color, you can give the border, and you can give the border radius. So let's implement. We give some color, like I will give purple. So give the purple, and also border. And in border, we need to use another class called this one. It's called border. We can just use this border class. And we can use the old attribute, so you can specify the old or from top, bottom, and right and left. So I give the weight will be 2, and also give the color, and would be green. Just save. You see we encounter some errors. So the reason we have this error because we specify the color in this box decoration. So if we want to use the box decoration, and we already defined the color in this box decoration, so we must to remove the color inside this container, right? So we must leave this one and this one. So this one will be control the border color, and this one will be control this container's color. So let's say, you see we have a green border and purple. Yeah, purple is no good to see, so I just change the back to blue. We have a blue box and a green border, right? We can turn this square into a circle. So just we need to use this border radius attribute inside this border decoration. So just be careful. You need to specify inside this yellow bracket, right? So in here, so you just type the border radius attribute inside this box decoration, this one, and you see it requires the border radius geometry. So it requires this border radius geometry. So this one, the border radius, actually extends those the border radius geometry. So you can use it is a child class, and this class have a static method. So you can specify it is the radius and radius the circular, and you give some kind of number. So when we save, you will see these, we have this circle shape, and also we can give this container some kind of margin, right? And what's margin? So as you can see, this blue is our element, so and our border is this yellow one. So the margin will be something outside the border, and the padding will be something inside this border. Among the element content and the border will be the padding, right? So as you have this concept in mind, so we can use this margin and padding in our container. So we can add some padding, for example, but the padding will be, you see, it requires this edge inside geometry. So we can use this one, and it actually is a child class, and we can give it like all like a 10. We save. You see we have pending, so it's not clear to see. So I just move these, just comment this out. You see this hello is away from the border. Maybe I increase the padding, so into 50. You see the hello will be more away from the border, right? And also we can give the margin. So margin will be similar, but in this case it will be hard to see, right? Oh, actually we can see, we give it more margin. You see the shade will be shrink. Oh, it's too much. Probably 100 is okay. You see, you could also use like a only to give only like a left 100 and right probably 20. And when you save, you see you can only give those two. And also you can use like a symmetric, and you give like the horizontal, and you give vertical. Yeah. So the margin and padding have the similar method because they all use this edge inset. Okay, next we are going to talk this like a transform. So you can also do some transformation and transform. And transform will require this matrix, and for example, we want to rotate in X, right? So we give it 10. And we save. You see, we will rotate, and also we can do something like a translation value, and we need to give it a 3 value, the X, Y, and Z. So give, for example, 10, 0, 0. So we save. no much difference. Maybe I give 100. You see it's moving to the right side. And we can also move a little bit down, right? Can move a little bit up. So okay, so the next will be the alignment. So let me comment out this transform first. As you see here, the text, this text. Also, I comment out this padding and margin. So you see, the text is actually in the top left. So we could use this alignment to align its child. So alignment will call like center, right? Center. So the text will be moved to the center. We can also something like they provide lots of attribute. So when you write this stock, you will access to all its attribute like a bottom center, bottom left, bottom right, and center, center left, center right, top center. So here I would like to choose top center. So you will align in the top center. Yeah, that's all for the container widget. So I highly encourage you to try those widgets yourself, so you will gain more understanding. Okay, next we are going to talk about this test widget. And inside this test widget, we have lots of attributes. For example, text align, text direction, overflow, max lines, text scale factors, and also most important would be style attribute. And we can actually style the text using color, font size, font weight, font family, and font style. And we can either make it bold or italic. Also, we can use like decoration to give like a line through a fat. We also can decoration the color for these lines through, and we can also specify like a letter spacing or word spacing in this test widget. Okay, let's back to Visual Studio Code. So here we have the hello, but it's too small. So how are we going to do it? So first, I will use the style. So it's called test style. When you move your mouse in this style, you see it actually requires this test style with this class. So we can create a class, and also we can use like a color and give these. It's too hard to see, right? The black color is hard to see, so we will change it to white. So when we save, the color will be to white. Turn into white, and also we will give it like a font size because it's too small, and we'll give it font size to be a little bit larger, and also we could give like a font family, and I would like to give a robot too. I know it's nothing changed because the default font family in the Flutter would be the robot, and also like a font weight. Give it more weight, and font weight, okay, give it like bold, right? So when you move your mouse, you will see what class need to pass in these name parameter. In here, we need to pass the font weight, and also those class have lots of built-in static attribute. So you can use the dot to access those. You see, you have a bold, normal. When I save, the color will be turned to a bold, right? And also you have like let me check. You have a font style. Okay, font style. Let's see, font style. We have font style. Okay, we font style, and we can give italic, right? When you save, you have some italic shape. You see? Maybe it's not clear. I just give it larger, make it larger. You see it's an Italian affair. And also we can use like a decoration, and we can give it like lines through affair. So we can write decoration, and inside the decoration, when you move your mouse, you can see we need to pass text decoration class, right? So we just copy this class and using dot to access this static attribute. And you see we have lines through a fat, Yeah, line through affair, right? That's good. So next we can also change the decoration color. So we can use decoration color, and we can give some like a green, right? So you see the line through will be turned into the green, and also we can give this decoration style, right? So we give decoration style would be when we move my mouse, you see I have a decoration style, and we can like using something like dash. You see, it's hard to see, but actually this the straight line turn into this dash line, and we can also specify this letter spacing and a word spacing, right? So the letter spacing 10 to 20 will be, yeah. So if we have a multiple word, okay, maybe it's too large. Yeah, still too large. Maybe 16. No. Yeah, so probably 10. I move this bold out of the wall. Oh, it's too small. But you know, I want to test this word spacing. So I give it 10. So those two, yeah, you see, I know it's hard to see, but the word spacing would be like the space between those two words, and the letter spacing is the letter between the single word. Okay, so I think in this lesson we learn a lot about the container and the test widget. So I highly recommend you follow the same like tutorial and type yourself, and you'll get more understanding of those attributes and how to use it. So I highly recommend to check these official documentation, and I will also put those link into the description below. So thanks for watching, and please subscribe to my channel and you don't miss out the later video. Okay, see you guys. Thanks for watching. Hello my friends, how is everything going? So in today's lesson, we were going to talk how you can use image in the Flutter. So before we dive into today's lesson, I would like to thank for those people who subscribe to my channel, and I really appreciate your support. So as you can see here, I have listed out all the topics I'm going to cover in this video. So we were going to talk how you can use the image from the network. So basically through the URL address, and also we were going to talk how you can use the image from your assets folder in the local. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. So here I have already set up my Android emulator, and it already connected with my Visual Studio Code. As you can see here, I have a container with 300 wide and 300 height. Also, it filled with blue color. On the left is the code we left from the last lesson, and here I would just give you a quick review. So the first line would be import the material library, because we need to use the state. We need to extend the status widget, and we also may use these material app widget, scaffold widget, sentence widget, and container widget. So we need to import this material data, and the third line would be the main engine point for start our application. And also we define this my app, which extends the status widget, and we override it is a build method which will like render this widget in our application, right? So we first return this material app because if we need to use any building material component, we need to wrap this material app. The second, we fill this scaffold widget into the home attribute inside this material app. So the scaffold widget will give us this whiteboard which occupies this entire screen. So inside this scaffold, I have the center widget, which will be align my container into center. And then I have my container width 300 and height 300, and also a field with blue color. Okay, we will start from here. So first we're going to load the image from the network. So here in Flutter we have a method, network method inside this image class. So we just in this child method we have image.network class, right? So in here we just put the URL. Here I already prepared those the two image. So here I just place here, replace here, but we need to pass as a string. When I save it, you will see the image is coming up. Let's try another image. This one is more wider than the first one, so let's see what we're going to how it will be rendered in our Flutter app. Let's replace the image URL with the newer one. As you can see, it displayed successful. And there are lots of attributes inside this image.network. So the most common one I have listed out here. I will go through each one by one. So the first is the alignment attribute. So alignment attribute, we can here alignment attribute. We will give, when you move your mouse, you will see it requires this alignment geometry class, but alignment geometry class is an abstract class. You need to pass the it is child class. All the class implement those abstract method. Okay, so since I already know which class we are going to use, this alignment class. In this alignment class, we have a lot of static attribute we can use. So first, we're going to use this top left. So when I save it, you see our image will be going up and it align with the top left. We can also use like a bottom right. You're showing something like this because our image is higher than this container. So if our image is small, you will probably just in this right bottom corner. Okay, let's go. Another attribute is the color. So we can give our image the color. Okay, we probably like give the yellow. When I save it, you can see, oh, the image will have the this yellow color. But I don't see it's much useful. We need to use it along with this color blend mode. So color blend mode, you have this blend mode class which implement these. Oh, you already is a conquer method, so we can just use it. And there is a attribute, something like we can try something like a test, and we'll see. It's nothing different. We'll try different ones. Probably will be this one. You will see the image is changed based on those image blend mode. And then the most important one is this fit attribute. So I just comment out those two. And the most important one is this fit attribute. So the fit attribute, when you move your mouse, you see here is a box fit class. We need to pass in, and there are lots of static attribute we can use. So first we will try this cover, and we save it and open our emulator. You will see. So when you move out mouse in, you'll say the cover will as small as possible while still covering the entire target box. Right, so you see it will cover the entire box and without the distorting the image. And then we will trying to use the fill one, the fill. So when we save it, you see the fill will fill the target box by distorting the source aspect ratio. And another one would be container. So we save it, you see the container will be as large as possible while still containing the source entirely within this target box. So it didn't distorting your aspect ratio. Oh, I forgot to comment this alignment. So you're based on your situation to choose the most appropriate attribute in your case, right? Okay, the next one, we also have these two. Another two is fit weight and fit height. There is fit weight. Let's try fit weight first. Yeah, because it already occupied the whole weight, so you didn't see any change in here. So the fit weight will make sure the full weight of the source is shown, right? And another is fit height. Fit height. So when you save it, you will see fit height. So it's the opposite of the fit weight. So it will make sure the full height of the source is shown, regardless of whether this means the source overflows the target box horizontally. After we try of this fixed attribute, we will move to the next. The next one will be the repeat attribute. So first, let's comment out this attribute, and we will try the repeat one. Okay, first comment out this fit attribute, and we will write this repeat attribute. And when you move your mouse, you will see it requires this image.repeat. Right, so we can access its value like a repeat x, repeat y, or no repeat. By default, it's no repeat. So repeat is you repeat both x and y to feed the entire container, right? So let's make our container larger. So I'll give property 600, and I save it. You see this image will trying to repeat both in width and height, right? So if I only says repeat x, you only repeat horizontally. Maybe I increase the width. It's a double infinity. Oh, still didn't see much difference because the image is too wide. So the double infinity is you will took the entire screen width, right? Okay, let's back to 300. And the next one is how we can use the image from the local access. So we back to these. I just comment out all of those. So I just comment out those. So we are not going to use this images.network. We are trying to use something like image.access. So we comment out this one. So first I already download those two images in here. So before we doing trying to access this image from local, we need to create a access folder inside these root, right? We in our root, folder root, we create this access folder, and inside this access we create the image folder, and some of you may also create like icons folder. Yeah, and we will put our image into this image folder. We move these two. Okay, so and also the most important is you need to you need to comment out the access part in this pub specific YAML file. So when you back to your Visual Studio Code and you find this pub YAML file, and you scroll down, you will see this line. So first you just comment out this line. You'll say go load your assets from because we create this assets folder, so we need to add these assets before these images, right? So we find assets and images, and we can just delete. We expose this entire image folder so we can access it in our code. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code. We will change this to assets, and by here we just replace this URL with the part and images, and also like a flutter.png, right? So we save it. So we may be unable to see this because we need to restart our application. When you restart, you press this restart button, you will trying to reload this entire the image will load into your assets folder. So now you're back to normal. We have this image inside our container. So the image they have the similar attribute like we have tested in this network image class. Yeah, basically they are the same. So we are not going to test again here. Okay, next I'm going to show you how you can create a circular image inside the Flutter. So there is a two way to create a circular image in Flutter. The one is you using container, another one you use the clip or oval class. So first we're going to show you the first one, and then I show you the second one. So the second one is much easier, so I recommend you using the second one. Okay, back to our Visual Studio Code, and first we change this container back to square. Also I comment out this property image property. So you know we have a decoration from last lesson. So in this decoration we pass box decoration, because box decoration would be implement this abstract class decoration. So in this box decoration we have a border radius, right? Remember in border radius we can pass a box border radius and dot circular, and you just specify this one. And also when I press save will be encounter error. So I already show you how you can fix it. Maybe you know. So let's first save it. So we will encounter error. Yeah, as you see, because we're using this decoration. So in decoration, we need to remove the color inside this container. We probably will need to move this down. So you see we have this circular blue circle, right? So how we can put our image inside? So in the box decoration, we have another attribute called image attribute, right? You can put your image here, but the image is quite different. You're using decoration image, and inside this image, you need to pass the image provider, right? This is a required attribute. You need to pass the image provider. So the image provider will be something called network image. So we paste it here, and we go back to our image address, and we copy and back to Visual Studio Code, and we paste it here. So when I save, you'll see the image inside this circular shape, right? So if you're trying to achieve, it's a quite difficulty to remember all of those attributes, right? So I don't recommend you using in this way, and you can also use like a feed attribute inside this, and you can probably using box feed cover, and you probably will occupy the whole container, right? Yeah, it's hard to see because the background is a little bit wide, very close to this. Okay, so I will comment out these parts. So another more easier way is using this clip oval class. So let's comment out this part, decoration part. So where is that? Yes, here. So I just comment out. Here I will use another class called this one, and I give the trial attribute. So trial I will give the same one, like image dot network, and I paste the same URL from the website, and I save it. So you will see we have this box. Oh, we don't give the color, right? So we give the color. Yeah, we save it. It's hard to see, so we can use probably there is an attribute called fit, right? Oh, in the first we need to write in after the address it has a fit. We can use box fit and box fit probably cover. Right, we save. You see, we still achieve the same like effect. So I recommend you using this one, and this one will be much easier. And you can also specify it is height and width. So here, because this clip oval is inside this container, so we can adjust the container's width and height. Like give it 200 height and 200 width. We save it. When you will see this circular image will be much smaller. Okay, that's all for today's video. I hope you learned how to set up this image in Flutter, either by using network address or using the assets folder. Yeah, you load the image from local assets folder. Okay, if you like my video, please thumbs up my video, and also please subscribe to my channel. I will see you in next video. Thanks for watching. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star Academy YouTube channel, and this is the Flutter tutorial series for the beginners. And in this lesson we were going to talk about the list view. And as you can see from today's agenda, I have listed out the topic I'm going to cover in this video. So if you haven't subscribe to my channel, feel free to hit that subscribe button and open the notification so you won't miss out the future tutorial for the Flutter. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and here you can see I have my Android emulators open, and it already connected with my Visual Studio Code. The basic structure is we have this material app wrapped in our root widget, because we may use any like a built-in component in this Flutter SDK, such as like this container widget, text widget, and also the this widget is built in this material dot, right? So we place this scaffold because if you didn't place the scaffold, the whole screen will be black. So we place this scaffold widget, which will render this whiteboard, and also it also occupies this entire screen, right? And inside this scaffold, we have like a AppBar attribute, floating button, bottom navigation. We have already took this in my previous lesson, so you feel free to check my previous lesson to recap your knowledge. And here in the body attribute of the scaffold, I just pass this container, right? So as I mentioned in the last video, if we didn't give the container it is height and weight by default, it will occupy this entire screen, right? Let me fill out some colors in this container so you can see where is this container. So when I save this code, you will see the whole screen will be turned into blue. Okay, so and there is another widget I want to talk about is the save area, because you can see the container default will occupy this whole screen, right? So if we wrap this container with save area widget and we save, you'll see this container now only occupy below this head bar. Okay, we go back to our mind map. So here I will quickly define the list view and code along with you, so you know how to declare a list view in your own. So in container, it has a child widget, and child widget we can declare a list view. By moving our mouse in this list view, we can see it actually predefined lots of different attributes we can use. So the most important attribute we were going to fill out is this children attribute. So inside this children, I simply just define some container and also give it this color, so you can see where is the container. Just using this amber 700, and also I will specify it is height, and probably 50 is enough. So when I save, you'll see I have this one, the container, first container showing here. Maybe it's too small. Yeah, and we just simply copy and copy paste and create 3, but we give it different color, like 500 and 100 for the third one. So you see we have a list view showing here, and by default the list view have the scroll direction. As you can see here, by default it will be vertical, because when you move your mouse, you're in this list view and you're trying to find it is a scroll direction, you will see the default it will give you access a vertical direction. So if you're in this vertical direction and you specify this container, you didn't specify it is weight, you see it by default it will occupy parent's entire weight if you are like a vertical scroll direction. Alright, let's try if we want to put our, you see this one didn't cause any effect on this list view, right? Even I just changing to some random number, right? So it doesn't affect anything. So we can just simply remove the weight attribute if we have the vertical scroll direction. And so we can also change this direction to horizontal. So when you move mouse, you see I need to pass this axis class, and we can pass horizontal. And but remember, if you are using horizontal list view, you need to specify the weight of this container and know the height. So you save it. You'll see now our list view is the horizontal, and you see you will default occupy the entire height of the parents widget. So let's comment out this one, and we change back to the orange one. And maybe it's too small, so you cannot see the scroll effect. So let me change it to a little bit larger, So the container now is a little bit larger. So when you move your mouse, you can actually scroll this list view. You see, you can actually scroll this list view, and also it have a attribute like physics. So you can set the physics to never scrolled. So if you set this one, so now your list view cannot be scrolled, right? So when you move your mouse, you already fix it. So I cannot scroll this list view anymore. So let me comment out this one. Now it will turn back to normal again. I can scroll in now. Okay. So next I will talk about this padding. So a list view also have this padding attribute. So you don't need to wrap into the container and give the padding inside this container. So we can just write the padding inside this list view. As you remember, so we were using the edge inset class, and we got like 8 for the top, bottom, right, and left. You're using this alt, right? You see here is maybe I can give you a more padding. So you'll now see this padding. Top is 16 and left, right also 16. And the bottom is also 16. Okay, so move to next. Here is a reverse attribute, and in reverse attribute, we can actually reverse its child. So we have a reverse attribute and we set into true. So by default, when you move your mouse, the default value will be set to false. So I set back to true and I save the code. You see, now our list view is reversed. The color is reversed, right? The light one would be on the top and the dark one is on the bottom. Okay, let's comment out this back to the normal one. Next one is this shrink wrapped attribute. And so in this one, let me make those containers smaller. And we're trying to apply this shrink wrapped effect. So when set to true, when I save, you will see it only took the space it needed, right? And as I find, here is a much more clear explanation. So using usually a list view, I try to fill all the available space given by the parent elements, even when the list item will require less space. So with shrink wrapped set to true, you can change this behavior so that the list view only occupies the space it needed. Okay, then we finish this part. Next, I'm going to talk about how you can run the dynamic data into the screen using this ListView.builder. So let's back to Visual Studio Code. So suppose here is a scenario. You need to have like a 100 container, right? You don't want to copy this container and paste over 100 times, right? So you want to do something like it can render it dynamically for you. So here I can define this color code and just render it dynamically. So I need to change this view into this. I would like to use it is name constructor. By using the name constructor in this list view, I need to probably delete all of those. So first I need to delete all of those, and so move the mouse here. I need to pass the first is the item builder, right? Item builder. This is the required attribute. So in this item builder, they need to have pass the first one is the build context. I need to, the first one is a build context, and I can just specify the second one will be the index, and in here I can just return container. So we will probably do the CMeter and give it height like 100, and also I have a color attribute, so colors, and I can amber, and but here I will just pass the color code, and also it is indexed in this way, right? Index in this way. So, and also I need to give it is item count will be this one dot length. Yeah, when I save it, so you'll see it's still the same, right? So for example, I can create 200, 200, and 300, 400, right? 400, 500, and 600. When I save it, you can see the container have more color than before, right? As we define in this list of color codes. Sometimes we may need something divider to separate those list item list view, right? How can we achieve this? So back to our agenda, you see we have another name constructor. So we simply will use this one to, and in this one it have another attribute called separator builder. So we can actually build another widget between those list items. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and we going to change these to separator. And inside this separator, we have the separator builder, and separator builder would also require the same parameter. It's the same. And inside we just return the divider. Right? So when I save, you'll probably see, yeah. Now, so each item, list item view have the divider, right? Next, I'm going to talk about this list tail widget. As you can see from this diagram, so list tail widget have this leading attribute, which you can put your logo or image, and your customer, and as well as your custom widget. And then you have this title attribute, and you also have this subtitle attribute, and also this trading attribute. Let's back to our Visual Studio Code again, and you can see I have this list data file, and it contains some mock data. So we were going to use those to create this list tail widget. Okay, we're still using the code we have now, so we just change this to list tail widget. So inside this tail widget, we need to delete those two. And inside this tail widget, when you move your mouse, you see they have a lot of attributes. So first we can use this leading attribute. So leading, when you move your mouse, it accepts this widget, right? So we can use image.access, right? Because this one is a network address, right? So we want to display the image from network. We need to use image.network. Sorry, actually it's this one. And we pass the first we need to import this data from, we give this indexed, and also we're trying to access its URL attribute. So we need to import this. After we import this data file, the compiler still give the error says the nullable string cannot convert to the string type, right? But we know our this data file have this URL string, and it cannot be null. So we can use this exclamation point to tell the compiler those values wouldn't be none, right? So this arrow will be gone, and we can also do it for the title. So you move for your mouse, you see it also accept the widget, so we can just use the text widget, and also use data from API, and we give it still index, and here would be title, right? Still make it now. And then we'll also have the subtitle, still the same. Move your mouse, you see it also accept the widget, so we can use the text widget. Just change these to subtitle. Before you saving these, don't forget to check again for those attributes if we match. URL, yeah, URL is matched. Test, oh, you see I have a typo, this should be a test, right? And subtitle, yeah, we have subtitle also. And see this code, also this one, now we're using the data from the API, or not using these color codes, right? So I need to paste it. We need to change this one. Maybe I comment this out, would be much easy to check the error. Okay, I think it's pretty good now, so we save it. Oh, you see we have those list tile, but I think the color would be hard to see. Let's remove the color from this container, and we save it. You see now we have this tail showing here, right? So this tail also have a lot of additional attribute, so I highly recommend you go back to the official documentation. So I think it's this one. I will put the link below so you can see. You can also do the same example showing here, and you can just to get more understanding and how to use it. And also feel free to check the documentation for the ListView as well. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will keep uploading the latest Flutter tutorial. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star Academy YouTube channel. And in this lesson, we are going to talk the grid view in Flutter. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, feel free to hit that subscribe button. And also, if you like my video, please thumbs up my video. I would be really appreciate. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's go back to the Visual Studio Code and also open our Android emulator. So here I already connect with my emulator in Visual Studio Code. As you can see here, this is a wide scaffold with this text widget, which is a GridView widget. So we will coding from this point. And first we're going to create a grid view, right? So probably I need to remove this center widget, and I will using grid view. Inside the grid view, we have two name constructor. So first is this gridView.count, another is this gridView.builder, right? So we're using this name constructor if we have the dynamic data I want to render in this screen. So first I will just use this gridView.com to display the fixed grid. Okay, back to Visual Studio Code. So here we're using GridView.count. So in this one, so we need to specify this cross-axis count. So by default, it is a vertical display. So when you move your mouse, you see the default value for this scroll direction is axis vertical, so means you will be display this grade vertically. So you need to specify how many grade you want to display. So I think so for here I just set to 2. So this means I want to display 2 grade. Here I set this cross axis count to 2, means I want to display 2 grades per row, right? And also I will probably fill out its child, its children attribute. So probably I will render like a sex colon. I would give the color so you can see, and probably I would like probably would be 100, and also I just copy and paste this colon. Probably I will display 6, but I would like to 300, 400, 500, and 600. Okay, let's save the code. Yeah, you see here we display those 6 grid, right, and 2 per column, right? So if you change this cross axis count to 3, so you will see we will display 3 grid per row, right, as you see here, right? So we change back to 2. Also, if we change back to 1, so we will see 1 grid per row, right? And it will be scorable. See, so we change back to 2. Maybe I can increase more so we can make it scorable. So this would be 700 and this would be 800, and we save it. Yeah, this will be scroll, right? You can scroll vertically. So you mean as you see here, we have a scroll direction, and we can change to a horizontal. And by default, it's axis vertical, so it means it will occupy the parent's entire width, right? And here we didn't specify the width of each container, and so let me trying to specify it this way. So probably we give 500, but it didn't take any effect. You see, we save it, it didn't change anything. Probably will increase to 1,500. Yeah, it didn't still have any change. So let's try to declare this to horizontal. So we save. You see, our grade will be now horizontal, right? And as you see, if we make this scroll direction to horizontal, and in default, you will occupy the parent's entire height, right? So you see here, you will occupy this entire height of this parent, right? Scaffold, which is this whole screen. And you see, so this cross axis count will be 2, means this if we make it horizontal, the cross is those 2. So if we make it vertical, cross x count will be count per row. But if you make it horizontal, the cross axis count will be per column. Okay, so let's change it back to the normal one. So it will be vertically, right? This one. Okay, let's continue. So it has the padding attribute in this GridView.com. So we back to Visual Studio. We can give it some kind of padding wrapped with this whole grid view. So we could use edge inset. We could use .or. Probably I'll give A. So when I save, you'll see this entire grid took 8 padding. Okay, I probably wrap this grid view with safe area. So So I save it. You see this GridView will start for, under this a toolbar, right? So if I give the padding, so it will be top, right, left, and bottom. Okay, so back to our agenda, and also we can give it is a reverse to set to true. So the child will be in reversed order. So let me set to true. So when I save, you will see the dark color will show on the top. Okay, so let's comment out. And next attribute we're going to use is this main axis spacing. So when you specify this main axis spacing, it really depends on what's the scroll direction you are. So in this one, we are in the vertical direction. So the main axis spacing will be vertically, right? So we probably give it's double. So we probably give like 10. When I save, you see, because the main axis is now we are vertical, so the main axis will be inside each row, between each row, right? Okay, so also they have a cross axis spacing. So when I set to 20, right, because main axis is a vertical and a crossing axis will be this horizontal. So we set this horizontal spacing to 20 and the vertical spacing to 10, right? Okay, next is this cross axis count. Yeah, we already introduced these. Okay, the next one we're going to talk about is this child aspect ratio. So you may notice we cannot set the height and weight, the weight of this container, but the GridView provide the attribute which is called child aspect ratio. So because you see here is a square, right? Because the default ratio will be set to 1. So I just change it to like a 0.8 and I save it. You see, because this ratio will be calculated by it is weight divided by it is height. So if for example, if we change it to 0.5, right, and also we change to 2, and you will see what's difference, right? You see. So we change back to 0.5. Yeah, this one looks a little bit long. Right, so probably the attribute we're going to use most often in our work. So next I'm going to show you how you can use this GridView builder to probably put your dynamic data. Okay, go back to Visual Studio Code. So we probably will still using the code we wrote here, but before I would like to define a list of color, and would be an array, probably int array, and you calculate like from 100, 200, 300, 400, and 700, 600, and 700, 800, and 900. Okay, so we probably will use the data from this list to dynamically render our grid container. Okay, so let's remove anything from this saved area. So we'll create the grid view again, but this time we're using the builder, right? You see, if we choose to use the GridView.builder, So there are two things we need to require to pass it. So first one is this grid delegate. Another one would be this item builder. So this item builder probably would take the context and also index, and we need to pass. Okay. And also I think we need to pass it is item count would be a color length. So inside this grid delegate, so we need to pass those two classes. The first one is sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. So in this one, you will specify like how many grid per row. If it is direction is vertical, right? So it's probably the same with this GridView.com, but this would be a dynamic render your data. So here we could use the first one again, and I will introduce the second class as well. But first we use the first one. We will pass this sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. So here it requires this cross axis count. So we probably will give the 2 as well. Inside this one, and we were going to pass. First, we need to get these color. Oh, I think we don't need to store. Okay, we can define a color would be using this index. We can get the color, right? So the color would be integer, and we will return the container, and also the color will assign to the color we have. All right, so amber, and I think that's it. So we save and we go back to, you see we still get the same grid view as before, but this time we're using the dynamic data to render our grid view, right? And if we change this cross axis count to 3, so you will see we will display 3 grid per row, right? And we change back to 2. Okay. So, and another one I'm going to talk is this one, sliver grid delegate with max cross axis extends. So this one you can use so you can specify the max extents you want. You specify, for example, you specify like a 400 width. So depends on the platform you display this grid. If you are in a desktop, so you have a wider screen. For example, the width of your screen would be 1200, so it will probably display 3 grid, right, per row. But if in this mobile, probably the screens would be smaller, so you probably will display like a 2 grid per row, or even smaller screen will be 1 grid per row. Let's change our code to use this constructor. So here we change this class to what we have now, and we probably need to implement it is max cross axis extends. So we change to 400 and we save it. So you'll see we only get these 1 grid per row, right? Probably if we change to 200, we'll have these 2 grid per row. Yeah. So it really depends on what kind of platform you are using. So you will render different grid per row, right? Okay, I think that's for today's video, and I hope you have a clear understand of the those basic concept of this grid view. Another thing you need to notice is that those attributes such as these main axis spacing, cross axis spacing, and also child aspect ratio would be inside this sliver grid dedicated with max cross axis extent. So you see those attributes will inside this class. So you can now write this main axis spacing outside this class, right? So if you're trying to write your spacing in here, you probably will give you some kind of error, right? So you must write those spacing and aspect ratio inside this sliver grid dedicated class, right? Okay, I hope this video will help you when you use this GridView in the future. Okay, thanks for watching. So don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will probably continue uploading the latest tutorial for Flutter, and as well I will continue working on my another series called Flutter UI tutorial. Okay, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star Academy YouTube channel. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about the basic concept of Flutter layout. So in this topic, we will cover the padding widget, a row widget, a column widget, expanded widget, flexible widget, sized box widget, and also spacer widget. After you finish this tutorial, you probably have ability to build a different kind of Flutter layout by yourself. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. So first we go back to our Visual Studio Code and also open our Android emulator. And here I already connect with my emulator with my Visual Studio Code, and also I have run my Flutter application. As you can see here, I just create a very basic container with height 300 and width 300. And also I give the container the decoration with this box decoration class, right? And also I specify its container color, and if you want to specify the color in this container, you need to put this color attribute inside this box decoration, right? So if you remove this and you put it outside of this box decoration, so you will get error. So when I save, you will see we will encounter this kind of error. So you need to remove the color in this container and put it inside this box decoration. Okay, so first we're going to talk about the padding widget, right? So you see when I move my mouse in this container, inside this container, by default it provides this padding attribute, right? So you can write padding attribute, and by specify is padding. So and the padding class need pass this one. This will be a abstract class. So you probably need to pass its trial class, which is edge instance. And here we have lots of methods. We can use all and from left, top, right, and bottom, and also only and semantic. So here I'll use these all. So I give like property 10. Also we need to specify it is trial, so you can see this container. So property I'll give the text widget, maybe padding. But when I save it, you see it actually have these 10 padding from the left to top. So probably I can increase it. You see the padding. Also, I can use the padding widget. So I just remove this padding attribute inside this container, and I wrap this text widget with this padding widget. So here I probably do the same stuff, right? I give the 10. So I save it. You see, I still have the padding. And also we could try like only attribute, only name constructor. So we using a top, we probably keep 100, and we save it. You see now we don't have the left padding anymore, so we only have this top padding, right? You could also try those different name constructor and bypass different name parameter. You will see what's the difference between those. Okay, next we're going to talk row and column, which is the most important widget in when you're trying to create the layout. So we're back to Visual Studio, and here I will probably delete this line, and also I'll give these. We were talking the row first. So in row we need to specify the children, right? And here I write these method which will only build a very small square container with a border black. So when you move your mouse, the default it will be black, the color, and also the white will be 1. Okay, so I need to specify the trial, and I save it. You'll see I only display a single container, and probably I can wrap the container with this one, and I will give the container color so you can see where is this row. So I'll probably give the gray color, and I save it. You will see by default if you're using this row column, so it will occupy the entire width of its parents widget, right? So parents widget is this center widget, and center widget parent is this safe area, right? So safe area probably will occupy this entire width. And we could probably increase those boxes. You can see here we have 3 boxes, so we can try to test each attribute and to see what's different between those. And the first one I'm going to test is this main axis alignment, right? So you main axis alignment, you can pass the class is also main axis alignment, but in this class it defines lots of static attributes. So first we were going to try the center. Okay, so we first try center and we save it. You see those blue boxes will align in the center, right, from this main axis alignment. And we can also use like from start. Yeah, default is start, right? And also we can align to end, and also probably space between. Space between will be you see the space between those 3, right? This one is space between, and also we have a space around. Space around means this one and this one is the same. They are occupy the same, and this one the same, this one the same. And also we have a space evenly. So space evenly would be this one, this one, this one, this one. There are 4 like a space between those 3 boxes, and they all the same. Yeah, probably you'll get more understand when you're trying to test those, when you actually test those alignment. Okay, so next is this cross alignment. So cross alignment, let me open this. Probably I need to increase the, I think it's the height, because width is I think I'll put it 100, and I save it. You see the container is 100, and also we will probably wrap these with a size box widget. And we'll increase its size probably by 100. we save, you see. So first, then we can test our cross alignment, right? So cross axis alignment. So we can cross alignment. So using cross axis alignment class, and it also define lots of attributes. So we can align star. You see, this is star and this is the end. So you align end, right? And also we can align center. So the default is align center, you see. And also we can align baseline. Yeah, we need to use this one with the text widget. So probably what else? Stretch. Okay, we can try this one. And we save it. So all the container will be scratched to the parent's height. So you can use this baseline with the text widget. So all the text widget will be aligned with their baseline. Okay, so we could probably try all with the colon again, and we will probably remove this one, and I can change to colon. So let me first search. I can change to colon, and when I save, you will notice it actually caused the overflow because I specify it is high, right? And if you're using this colon widget, by default it will occupy the entire parent's height, right? So I probably will remove this one, or maybe I change it to weight, right? So by default, it will occupy, the column will occupy entire parent's height, and we can only specify it is weight, right? So height is 100. Yeah, probably the same. Those, but just with a different, different direction. And also, there is a very another important is this main axis size. So let me change back to row again. So we will try this one. So row, and we save it. And here is another. Okay, I need to change this back. So save. Okay, here is another attribute called main axis size. By default, it was a max, main axis size max. Right? If you save it, will be the same. But if you specify to this min, when I save, you'll see actually will shrink this container. Okay, we comment this out. And next, we're going to talk this expanded widget. So go to Visual Studio Code. So you see by default you only occupy it is weight, right? So if we wrap it with expanded widget, so when I save it, so you'll see it actually will occupy all the available space, right? You will trying to occupy all the available space. Maybe I just comment out this one. And also, if you put this as well with these expanded, probably I just copy this one to here, and I save it. You'll see they probably took the equal space, right? And also in the expanded, they have another attribute called flex, right? You can totally divide these into it only took 2 parts, and you will say this only took 1 part, right? So when you save, you will see this is 2 times than this one, and you see we will calculate flex using remaining space times flex divided by this total of all the flex value. So you probably will be 2 divided by 3, right? you'll see this one, and you can also increase like probably to 4. You will see the right, this column will be double than this left column. So this is the flex. And another widget I'm going to talk is this flexible widget. So you could probably change those expanded widget to flex widget, and you save it. We probably need to change these to flex as well and give it to, and I save it. You will notice the last column won't be twice as those first two, right? So the reason by this is because there is a fit attribute. So by default, it will be I think flex fit, and by default it will be loose. So if you set to high and you're trying to apply the same to the other two, and okay, so I need to copy entire attribute. So when we save, you'll see actually the you will display when we're using expanded widget, right? By default, if we're using flexible widget, when you move mouse, you will see this fit attribute will set to flex fit loose by default. So you won't see these we won't see these flex effect if you delete, if you didn't specify it is fit, right? So if you delete those fit attribute and you save, so these flex won't take any account. And next one I'm going to talk about is the sized box. So we do use the sized box a lot. So yeah, you could wrap these blue box with the size box. We do it before, like we have a sized box, and we could give the size of this box, and we could specify the weight and height. So probably I will want to increase, so I give the weight to 100, and I save it. You'll see this container will have 100 weight, right? If I give the height probably 100 as well, and I save it. So you see this container actually much bigger than those two, right? But in the container, you still specify it is a weight and height with 50 and 50, but you wrapped with this sized box. So you will use the sized box, the weight and height of this sized box. And sometimes you can also just use the sized box with only without trial. So you could like just specify this way and you save. So you will probably create these 10 without anything, probably this 10 gap, right? So that's all for the size box. And if you want the size box have infinity weight and height, you could use double infinity. And there is a shortcut named constructor, which is size box the expanded. So if you're using this constructor, by default it is height and weight will set to double infinity. So you will check the space which is available by its parents. Okay, so next we're going to talk the spacer. So spacer, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we change those code back to the previous stage. So we just remove anything, just leave this blue box. Okay, remove everything and leave this blue box, and we save it. We'll see we have a 3 square container, right? So we can probably add a spacer. So between each then spacer, and if you're using the main X alignment, so we could probably set like a space around, space between, right? So if you didn't specify anything, so you just place those two spacer, between those three boxes, you will see by default it will render like the same affair as the space between, right? However, this spacer have this flex attribute, so you could probably give 1 and also you set to 6. When you save, you will see this one have a 1 flex and this one have a 6 flex. You can using this spacer to make a custom main axis alignment. Okay, I think that's all for today's video, and hope you learned and how to use those basic widget to create your own layout. Don't worry, I will still give you a Flutter UI tutorial, and you are coming soon. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, feel free to hit that subscribe button, and I hope to see you in next video. See you next time. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star Academy YouTube channel, and in this lesson we will continue talking about those basic layout widget. So in today we will be cover the stack widget, align widget, and position widget. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification. And also, if you like my video, please thumbs up my video. I will be really appreciate. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and here I have already set up my emulator. So, and also I have wrote down some basic like a demo code, so I can give you more explanation. So here you can see I have this material app as my root widget, and inside this material app I was using this scaffold, which you can see this the whiteboard, and also inside this scaffold I use the save area widget. So save area widget basically means I will start to lay out my Flutter UIs under this toolbar. And also I use this center widget, which to center both horizontal and vertical in these inside this safe area. So here I using this stack widget, and in stack widget we need to pass it is children attribute. So when we go back to this Mindmap, so inside this stack there's 2 attribute is most common use. First one, you need to fill out it is children, and then you need to specify how those children align in this stack widget. So you can see here, and I wrote this a red container. So and then I wrote this green container and blue container. So as you can see, the first one will be light on the bottom, right? And then the middle one is the green one, and then is this blue one. So if I trying to change this, if I switch, right? If I just copy and paste in here, so you will see the red one will be on the top, and also is the biggest one. So you will hide those 2 containers. So let me recover my code. So see, we can use the stack widget if we need to make some complex UI, and we can trying to make those containers bigger, and we want to test this alignment attribute, right? So we just delete the middle one. We delete the middle one and make the container bigger, probably 300, and the middle one will be another one will be 100, and I save it. And here I want to show how you can use it is align attribute, right? So by default you can when you move your mouse to this alignment, so here require this class, right? So as you see, if any class ends with this geometry, so it means it's an abstract class. So you will probably use this one, this child class, and you can use probably center. So when you save it, you'll see these blue box will be aligned in the center of these red container, right? So those two will be aligned in the center. You can also try like bottom left, and you save, you align bottom left, right? So you can try all of those, top left, top right, top center, and also center, and center left, center right, bottom left, bottom right, bottom center. Okay. And also you can use it is another constructor, right? So by default you're using it is static attribute, right? So you could probably use another one using it is constructor. So you move your mouse, it actually requires these two value, the x and y. So what x and y means? So x y means if you set x y, x is the horizontal, main axis is horizontal. So if you set to 1, it will be in the right, and you set -1 would be the left, and y-axis would be, you set 1 would be the bottom, and you set -1 would be top. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let me demonstrate how you can use it. So as you see, if I set to 1 1, and 1 1 will be right bottom, right? So and I save it, will be right bottom. Yeah, you see it will be right bottom. And if I set 0 0 0 0 will be in the middle, right? And also we could say if I want the bottom left, I can say -1 and 1, -1 and 1, and I save it. You see this blue box go into the bottom left. Okay, so next we're going to talk this aligned widget and also position widget. So probably those two widgets will be work along with this stack widget, and I will show you why you need to use those two instead of only using this stack widget. So there is a situation. So for example, you have another container, and we'll probably I give you 150, and we give you a green color. And when I save, you'll see, okay, probably I move these blue box down so you could see more clear, right? So you see these 3 boxes, and when I using align center, so you see I will align all of those elements into the center, right? So I align like a bottom right, and I save, all the box will be aligned in the bottom right. But I want this green box to be a top left, and this blue box it would be this bottom right. So how can I achieve this? So in order to achieve this, you need to using this align widget along with this stack widget. And also another way would be you can use this position widget with this stack widget. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and here I will do some minor change. So in these, I will probably remove these. I will probably wrap this wrap this stack widget with the container, and inside the container, I will probably replace here, and also remove this container. And when I save, yes, I was trying to align those different ones, right? So in our example, we want to these green box to be top to left, right? So we probably using wrap this container widget with align widget, and in here we will probably assign it is alignment with these alignment. I think it's alignment top alignment top is alignment top left, and we have a comma and we save it. And you see we achieve this, right? You see this green box will be in the top left. And we can also do this one. Probably we need to align this blue box to the top the right. So we can also use wrap this container with this align, and using the same attribute but specify to top right, and we save it. You will achieve this one. And also we could probably create another one and probably give a smaller size, and it will be yellow, and also be center, and you will see we have this one. So we can create a different complex UI based on this alignment. And however, so there is another widget called position, right? So what's the difference between position and alignment? So in the position, you can specify these top, left, bottom, right attribute. So let's go to the code so you can see what those attribute means. So here I'll probably using this one. I would like to change it to position, and inside this position widget we don't have this alignment attribute. So instead we have probably like a left attribute. So we can set 0, and we can set top also 0. So when I save, you will see this yellow box is aligned in the top the left, right? And also if we change to right 0, it will align in the top the right. So now you know what this attribute means. Okay, so I think that's all for today's video, and I hope you have a clear understand how to use this stack widget along with this align widget and also this position widget. And thanks for watching. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, feel free to hit that subscribe button and also thumbs up my content. So I will be really appreciate. I will continue upload those awesome Flutter tutorial. So I will see you in next video. Hello my friends, this is another video talking about the layout in Flutter. So in this video we are going to cover the aspect ratio widget, card widget, and the wrap widget. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and also turn on the notification so you won't miss out future video about Flutter. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Let's back to Visual Studio Code and open our emulator. So here I already connect with my emulator with my Visual Studio Code, and we will start from this point. The first widget we're going to talk is this aspect ratio widget. So the aspect ratio widget is a widget that attempts to size the child to a specific aspect ratio. And I would give you a quick example. So I just remove this center widget, and so I save it, and I will give a step-by-step explanation about the code I wrote here. So first we create a container inside this save area. So the container will start under this toolbar, right? And after that we give this container a blue color. Here we also give this container with 100 height and also double infinity width. So this means this container will get the biggest size which allowed by its parent, which is this save area. So here you see, and this blue color is this our container. So inside our container we have this aspect ratio widget. So inside this aspect ratio widget, we didn't specify it is height and weight, but we actually give this ratio to aspect ratio attribute, and inside this attribute aspect ratio widget we have this another container as it is trial. So we also give the green color. So you see, and inside this green container would be the trial of this aspect ratio. So you see, we didn't give the height and weight of this green container, but it will calculate itself by through these its parents. So we can slightly change these aspect ratio to 2 to 2. So when I save, so you will see, so the weight would be 2 and the height would be 1. So you will actually calculate height would be 100, so you will only calculate the weight. So in here would be 200, right? And also the alignment, I give these a trial alignment with center, so you will align in the center. And also I could probably change this to 1 to 2. So when I save, you will see. So now the weight is like 50, right? Because we have 100 height. So if we use this ratio, and you will calculate automatically by Flutter, and will give us this 50 width. So you can use this aspect ratio to specify what kind of ratio allow in this child. Also, another thing I want to mention is if we give the weight or height inside this aspect ratio, so it doesn't produce any like effect. You see, I specify this green container to have a 100 weight, but actually it didn't count these 100 weight. So the same as the height attribute. So we also probably give 50 height, and we save. You will see it doesn't take any effect, right? So by default, you will using its parent, right? Using its parent's height. So this will be 100, and also calculate its weight. So you don't need to specify the weight and height inside these aspect ratios child. And next, I'm going to cover this card widget. So as you can see from the Flutter official website, and by default, the Flutter SDK provide these material design card, as you can see here. So when they using this card widget inside your app, you will have this container with shadow, a little bit shadow. No worry, we'll go to Visual Studio Code, and I will give you a quick example. So here I remove everything from save area, and I just save the code I wrote, and I will give you a line by line explanation. Okay, as you can see here, we have our card coming up, and you see if you're using these card widget, we will have these little shadow by default, and you can also remove this shadow by setting this elevation to 0. So when you save it, you will remove this shadow, right? So here I just comment out, so I want this shadow so we can see it more clear. Or maybe I can make it much more, the shadow much more, so you can see clear. Yeah, you can see here. And then inside this card, we have this trial widget, so you can make any trial inside this card widget. So for example, I just using this column widget, so I I'll probably give this first column will be this icon and this title, and the second column will be those button. So the first column will be this title, this detail. So we have already talked about this detail in my previous video. So you can check my previous video to get refresh of this tail widget. So inside this tail widget, we have this leading attribute. So we can pass this icon class using the default Flutter icon provided by this icon class. So you can always reach out to the official website and Flutter tab and search this icons class. So you will see inside this icons class, it actually define lots of static attribute, so you can just use it and to display those icons just using icons dot these name, right? So for example, I want to use this icon, this access time field, so I just copy I think it's just this one and go back to my Visual Studio Code. I just change this album to access time field and I just save it. You will see now this icon change the one we want, right? And then we have this title. The title will be have a black color and it will be a little bit dark, you see. And we have a subtitle, and this one will be a gray color underneath of this title. And then we have a second column. So and also we have this row widget inside the second column. And we also give these main axis alignment to the end. So you see those two buttons actually will align in the end. And also inside this row widget, we have two buttons, right? So the first button would be buy tickets, and then second button would be this listen. Okay, that's pretty much for this card widget, and you can define actually a more complex Flutter UI inside using this default Flutter card widget. Also recommend you to check out these Flutter official web documentation talking about this color class. Okay, we finished the card widget, and next we're going to talk is this wrapped widget. Okay, let's back to Visual Studio Code, and we replace this card widget with the wrapped widget. Also, I will give you a line-by-line explanation of the widget I wrote here. So first we have this wrapped widget, and inside this wrapped widget we have the children attribute. So actually we can count 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 chip, right? And chip actually is this one displayed here on the screen. So we have the avatar and also the label for this avatar, right? So first let me remove those spacing and run spacing. So I save it, and first I change this to a row widget, so you will see what kind of problem we will meet, right? So when I save, actually we will see this overflow, right? You see the widget overflow because we have more item to display, so in a row, so you will actually cause this overflow. The way to solve this widget overflow is by replacing this row widget to wrapped widget. So when you save it, you will see it will move this chipped widget into the next row. And also inside this wrapped widget, we have a spacing attribute, so you can specify the gap between the main axis. So when I save, you will see those two chips have a little gap between, right? And also the run spacing would be specify the cross axis gap, right? And also inside this wrap we have a direction attribute, we can specify to axis vertical. So I say, you see now our wrapped widget will display vertically, and also we could increase this number. Just copy paste those shift widget. Just wait a few. Okay, when I save, you will see now it also automatically wrap those chips into the next. I think it's next vertical column. Inside this wrapped widget, you also provide the alignment attribute and run alignment attribute. So we can specify this alignment attribute, but actually you need to pass this wrapped alignment instead of alignment class. So we probably will replace wrapped alignment center. So when I save, you will notice this extra chip widget will be aligned in the center, and also we can change it to alignment in the end. The wrapped widget also provides this run alignment, which is specified when you have when you change this direction to axis vertical. So you can use this run alignment. Feel free to try yourself. And I think that's all for today's video. I hope you can make out the complex Flutter UI after you finish this layout widget tutorial. And also you can find my Flutter UI from scratch tutorial in my channel page, and in there I will give you a well explanation for the Flutter UI I made. Okay, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, hit that subscribe button, and if you like my video, please thumbs up my video. I will be really appreciate. Okay, that's all for today. See you next time. Hello my friends, in this video we're going to talk another important widget inside Flutter, which is the Stateful Widget. We can manage the state inside this Stateful Widget. So before this tutorial, we have introduced some basic Flutter widget, which is stateless widget, such as row, column, wrapped, and etc. So in this video, I'm going to talk about how you can manage the state inside the Flutter. So which means we could use this Stateful Widget to manage our state. Okay, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. In Flutter, everything is widget, right? So widget is the basic building block of the Flutter app. So we also divide into two types. The first one is stateless widget, another one would be stateful widget. So the stateful widget, we can manage the state, and the state is mutable. But in the stateless widget, the state is immutable, means we cannot trying to set state or update the state in this stateless widget. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Then I can give you a demo to demonstrate what's the differences between those two widgets. Okay, so we open our Visual Studio Code and connect it with our Android emulator. So in here you can see I have my app which extends this stateless widget. And inside this stateless widget, we actually didn't management any state, right? So I know you may have a question like, can we define the state inside this stateless widget? Okay, we can try, right? So inside this stateless widget, let me try to declare a state, probably this count of variable. So when I declare this count of variable and they will show some kind of warning. It says this class is marked as immutable, right? Because we extend its status widget. So we need to make this count a final keyword, right? So if we make this count as a final, we won't able to change its state, right? Because it is final. So we cannot do any state manipulate inside this status widget. Okay, next step, we're going to turn this status widget into a stateful widget. So we will probably delete all of these and write down our stateful widget from scratch. So here I need to declare my app class, which extends the stateful widget. So inside this stateful widget, we need to implement its abstract class, abstract method from its parent, so which is this create state method. So inside this create state method, we need to return our state, right? So I just call it my app state, and also I make a underscore before this class name because I want it to be private, and I don't want any other class will access to this one. And also I declare my app state class, and I'm going to extend the state class and also put my app inside. Also, I need to override its missing method, which is this build method. So, and here I just return, and we can simply return scaffold or material. I think it's material app, and inside this material app, we have the home attribute. In home attribute, we put scaffold. And scaffold, we have a body attribute, and inside this body attribute, let me put center widget. And child, I will probably place this text widget, and also I will specify it is stateful. Okay, so I save, and you can see now our screen re-render with this stateful widget, which display our test here. And we could delete those comments and trying to create the state inside this stateful widget. So we could create the state here, and probably I would count the variable and set to 0 first. And inside this center, I want wrap this text with a column widget, and below this column widget, I want a button. So I probably will use and on press. When I press, I want to increase this count number to 1. Right, I want to increase to 1. So inside it, we'll probably will write a function, and the function will be setState. And the child will be still test widget, but I want to increase button, and here shall increase the button. Trial and required. And here I would like to display our counter. Counter. Okay, so let me see. Maybe I wrap it with center. Yes, I do wrap in center. Okay, probably I give these main axis. Okay, let me delete this setState method. So we just leave it empty for now. So I will introduce the life cycle of this stateful widget. Okay, so we go back to our Mindmap. So here you see in the Stateful Widget, we have this life cycle, and inside life cycle, actually we have more than those 5 methods. Here I just list the 5 of them because they are very important and they are frequently used. So we have create state and initial state and view method, set state and disposed. So we were talking this create state first. The create state will create the instance of the associated state. So back to Visual Studio Code. So when you actually create this stateful widget, by default you will run this create state method. So you will create an instance of this my app state, which will associate with you this account about count number, right? So and then we have this initial state. You only call once and also after the constructor. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and we probably add one more method. It will be initial state method. So we probably you see here. So when you actually implement this initial state method, by default you will call it is parents initial state method because we extend the state and you want to know what's associated attribute inside it is parent. So we need to call the super in state method. So underneath we could probably get some external data, right? External data. So we could fetch API backend code in here, and below I will probably create another method called get things on setup, which return the future. So we could write our code here, and right, and after we successful, we could call then, and we just print something like a asynchronous code finished. Okay, I save the code and then I going to bring out my console. Right, so I clear my console and I press this restart button because the initial state will call every time when this application restart. You won't call this initial state when I press this hot reload. So first I check when I press this hot reload, the asynchronous method won't call here. Okay, so I probably I hit this restart button. So after I hit this restart button, you will wait 2 seconds. The asynchronous method will be finished. You see here, right? So we could do some API fetch in this initial state. Okay, next we're going to talk is this set state method, which is the most important method inside this stateful widget. We're going to use this one to change our state. So back to Visual Studio Code. Inside this onPress method, I'm going to increase the count of variable, right? So initial will be 0, and here I would like to query the set state method and increase this counter of variable, and I save the code. And we in here in this emulator, when I increase this button, you see the state will be changed, and this the widget will be like a review again, right? So you see this number is changing. So if I didn't write this state method, I just increase it manually. So when I save, after that, when I click this button, nothing will be changed. You see, because it changed this number, but it didn't call this set state method. So which means it didn't call this the build method. So the page will the widget will not going to rebuild. So and we change it back to set state method, and I save it. So when I press save, this number will be changed because we already pressed so many times this increased button. So let's save the code. You see the number is going to change to 26 because we already click many times this increased button. And the last method would be this dispose method. The dispose method will call when the state object removed. So you could do some cleaning stuff inside this dispose method. Okay, I think that's all for today's video. And I hope now you get more understanding of the Stateful Widget in the Flutter. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button. It will be a great support for me. And I will see you in next video. Thanks for watching. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. And in today's lesson, I'm going to talk about the bottom navigation bar. So before we start, I would like to thank those people who subscribe to my channel and thumbs up my video. And I really appreciate your support. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification. I will continue uploading the awesome Flutter tutorial either on these basic widget introduction and also those building app from the scratch. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started. So first I'm going to teach you how you can write down your own bottom navigation bar without import any library. I know there are lots of awesome Flutter library can build very beautiful bottom navigation bar, but in this video I'm going to teach you the very basic bottom navigation bar, and you can also customize it. So let's open our Visual Studio Code and open our Android emulator. So as you can see here, and I have set up my very basic project, and just have this material app, and inside material app I have a scaffold, and I have the center widget, and also inside the center widget I have my text widget, which is this bottom navigation bar. Okay, so we'll start from this point. You may notice we have already talked about the Stateful Widget in our last video. So in this video, I'm going to create a custom bottom navigation bar by implement the Stateful Widget. The reason I choose Stateful Widget because I need to maintain its index, right? So you can imagine you have a 5 items in your bottom navigation bar. So you want to choose different items like home icon and setting icon, and you want to depend on what user choose and render different page. So you need to keep track of this index, right? So that's the reason I'm going to use this Stateful Widget to keep track this index. So here I'm quickly build refactor the code here, and inside this home page I will probably delete all of those, and I'm going to create a Stateful Widget, and I just name it my custom bottom navigation bar. Okay, so I don't think I need the constructor for now, and also I will place my class in here. Then I just say, then I'm going to also return my scaffold here, and inside the scaffold we have this bottom navigation attribute, right? So inside this bottom navigation attribute, we need to parse the bottom navigation bar class. So as you can see, when you move your mouse, you see it actually accepts a widget. So, and we will probably use the bottom navigation bar widget, which is already defined by Flutter SDK. So we will choose a bottom navigation bar, right? So we decide this bottom navigation bar, and inside the bottom navigation bar we need to pass some items. So the required one is this list of bottom navigation bar item. So we must need to pass these items. So inside these items, I just quickly define a list of our bottom navigation bar item. So I will choose bottom navigation bar item, and it actually is a list, right? So inside this, I could define this bottom navigation bar item here, and inside this one, and we can see when you move our mouse, we have a icon attribute which is required, and also the title and label. So here the title, I will probably use our icon widget. You see, because we can pass any kind of widget, so I would like to use our icon widget icons, and would like to use this man, and also I will implement another attribute with like label, and we will say it's our home. Alright, so this is our first bottom navigation bar item, and we can just copy and paste and duplicate this and just change the icon, and probably I change this to business, and also here change to business, and here we'd like to change settings. Okay, so here also settings, and then the last one would be school. Maybe I choose this to school, and text also change to school. Okay, then we save. So by default, those icons will have a white color, so we will probably implement another attribute called selected icon color, and I will probably give colors, and I will choose to, and I save, and now you're able to see my icons here, but it's still hard to see. The reason because by default, if our icon is greater or equal than 4, by default it will apply the bottom navigation bar type to this shaping, right? So if I change to fixed, and you're able to see this icon, and okay, so I need to change the type to bottom navigation type fixed. So when I change this type to fixed, you're able to see those icons will unselect will be black. So I save it. You see, when I change this type to fixed, those bottom item, if I haven't select, will be black. You may notice when I actually click this business icon, so the color won't change. So the reason is we haven't set up our index. We didn't manage our index state, right? So I want, when I select the index, and I will change this icon color as well. So in here I will probably define our index. So, and inside our state, and I will define this index, and we'll call select index, and we'll set default to 0, and also on this bottom navigation bar, when you move your attribute, and you will see there is a on tab. Function. So we probably will input this on tab function, and we will like on item tab, right? So we'll write down this function and trying to change our index. So inside this one, we will just call set state and change our to index. So the index will pass from here, because you see when you move your mouse, you see on tab will actually receive this integer parameter, which is current index. So we are going to call this one, and when we on tab, we will change the index. So how we going to show the different index, and we were going to fill out it is another attribute, which is a current index, right? So the current index will default set to 0, which is our home icon. We need to also set to our selected index. So I select it, and so I save it. Now you see I'm able to change those icon color now. When I choose this business, you see the business changed to orange, the setting, and as well as the school, right? So now I'm able to change those colors. As I mentioned before, if you define your bottom navigation bar item like more than 4 items, by default you will have this shaping type, right? So what's this shaping type actually does is, so I can give these a bottom navigation item another attribute, would be the color, background color attribute. So in this background color attribute, and I can give another color. So I need to so probably I'll give the red color, and also I will change the business as well, and I'll give the yellow, and also copy, and I would like to change this setting as well, and we'll give it a green color. And last one is this school, and also give the blue color. So I save it, and you'll see. So, and also we change this bar type to shaping, right? So when I change this to shaping, by default those label will be high, and also the icon will turn to white, you see. And I tap this home, you'll see this is a shaping effect. Those icon will little bit away from this home, right? You see when I click here, those icon will be a little away from this business. You see this setting and also this school, right? I could also remove the select color because it's kind of ugly, and so when I click again, yeah, this one now it looks better. And when you click it, you will show it is label, and also make this a little bit shaping effect, right? Okay, next I'm going to talk about how we can render different page when we choose different bottom navigation bar item. So first we move those background color, and we will go back to our original one, which is the fix, because the default we have more than 4 items, so I will probably delete one of them, and also remove this shaping, and I uncomment this selected color. So when I save it, you'll see by default it will be a fix. So when I click it, it doesn't have any animation, right? So this is our original state, and I'm going to implement. So when I click this button, and the page will show like home text, and also when I click the business button, the home page will show the business. So in order to achieve this, we need to define a list of like page we're going to show inside this scaffold, because you know the scaffold we have this body attribute. So inside this body attribute, we can pass a list of objects, right? Remember? So outside here, and so first I remove it, and outside I will declare a list of widgets, and I will call page, and also inside this one I will give a different text. So first one will be home page, and then would be, I think it's a business page. So the next would be setting page. Okay, so I save it, right? And so I'm going to implement this body attribute. So I will move. You see, I need to, this body will actually accept a single widget, right? So I just pass this page. So I will make it private. I just pass this page, and also I will assign my selected index, right? So by default it will be 0. So the first page will be select. So the home page will be render. Okay, it actually shown on the top left, so it's hard to see. I may probably wrap this with our center widget. So I save, and you will see the home page will show on the center of the screen. So I change this. So when I click the bottom navigation bar, this business icon, you will see the page will be changed to business page, and as well as this setting, right? Okay, that's our basically bottom navigation part with different pages, right? So you could also make your custom widget or custom page, and just replace the text widget here and to render a different screen. Okay, let's go back to our agenda. Here I list out some like an attribute you can use inside this bottom navigation bar to even customize your bottom navigation bar. So, and here I list out some of them, and I will going to show some example how to use them, and you can go to the official documentation and trying to find those attributes, and you can try it yourself. So the first one is we can change this bottom navigation bar the background color, right? So inside this bottom navigation bar we have a background color, and so the background color actually accept this color class. So we just change it to probably red. Okay, but you know, it's weird. The yellow is good. Not bad. Okay. So you know we can change its background color by specify the background color attribute, right? So I just remove. Okay, and then we can also change this icon size, and we could have this icon size. We could probably change to 40, and you will see this icon will be much bigger now. Okay, so I just comment out, and also we have this mouse cursor, right? And we can specify the mouse cursor attribute, and by here we need to pass this system mouse cursor, because this is an abstract class mouse cursor. You need to pass its trial class, and inside this one we have a lot of different static attribute you can use. So here I just choose this grab, so you will show a little handshake. Yeah, it's hard to see in here, but it actually will show a small hand. Okay, I think it doesn't work in my laptop. I don't know why. Grab. Yeah, it actually will show the little handshake. Grabbing. Try That still doesn't work. Okay. So you know we have this kind of attribute and you can test it on your own laptop. Okay, so the next would be the selected font size and selected icon theme and selected icon color and selected label style, right? So you can customize the selected item based on those attributes, and also it has this unselected attribute. And also if you didn't want to show this label, you can set this show unselected label to false, right? Because I don't want to see those label, and so you can set to false. Alright, so I save. This label will be high. Those label will be high. Okay, this looks more beautiful than before, right? And also you can try those custom attribute on yourself. So the next one I'm going to talk is this state management, right? So if we were using this list of widget, so when I change to another page, I will lose the previous page's state. So you may, let me give you an example. So in here I just change it to test field, and inside I will probably do nothing. So I save. Okay, it shows here, and for example, I just type the home, and I go to my second page and go back. You see my current state will lose. So how we can solve this kind of loose state problem? So we're going to use another widget which is called index stack. So by using index stack, we will solve this problem and we can manage our state. So in body here, I will probably replace this page by our index stack. Index stack. Index stack, right? So inside index stack we have these two attributes. The first one is trial, and then I think it's this index. So in index we can just pass selected index. So for the children we will probably pass those three here, right? So I save. You see it still achieve the same effect, but you won't lose our state. So here I just type the home, and I change to another page, and I go back. You see our homes, this stays still in our index this page, right? So I recommend you combine your bottom navigation bar with this index stack. So you may notice we using the center widget, but our text is not aligned in the center. So what's happened? So if you move your mouse in this index the star, you will see this align will default to align directional top star. So you just need to change to center, right? So I'm going to choose this alignment to center. Okay, so we're going to choose it to center, right? So I comment and save it. Now you see it back to center again. So the reason is by default you will align those to top star. Okay, so you see by combining with this index there, we can save our state. Right, by going to another page and go back, our current state is still there. Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson, and I hope you learn a lot from this video and you get a more understanding of this bottom navigation bar. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and thumbs up to my video. I would be really appreciate. I'll keep uploading my latest video next 2 days. So thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel, and in this video I'm going to talk about the navigation in the Flutter. Also, here is a quick reminder, and in this channel I'm going to share my experience, my knowledge about how to become a 4-star software developer. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification. I will keep uploading those awesome content related to 4-star development. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. In this lesson, I'm going to build 2 pages and 1 button. So the scenario is when you click the button, you will be navigate from the first page to the second page. And also, I will teach you how you can customize the transaction when you navigate from first page to the second page. Okay, let's go back to our Visual Studio, and here you can see I have already connected with my Android emulator, and inside this main.tar, I just declare very basic stateless widget and wrap with the material app widget, because we're going to use the default material widget inside our application. So we also place this scaffold in home attribute of this material app. So you can see here is a white screen, whiteboard occupy this entire screen, and this is scaffold. So inside scaffold we write our text widget, which is this navigation, and also wrap with the center, so you can see this text is in the center of this screen. Okay, so we will start from this point, and here I'm going to declare 2 pages, right? So the first page will just a button, and the second page is just a text widget to display. This is our second page. Okay, so in order to do this, I'm going to remove everything from this inside this material app. So I'm going to declare our first page. So I'm going to use this shortcut, which will be stateless widget, and I'm going to call it our first page. And here I don't think I need this constructor for now, and we will talk about how we can pass the data from the first page to the second page. So during that time, we may need to implement this constructor. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to talk it later. So inside our first page, I'm going to declare a button. So, but first I need to wrap it with our scaffold widget, which is this whiteboard, right? And also inside this scaffold we have this body attribute, and inside this body attribute I'm going to declare our button. So I'm just using this elevated button, and inside this button I'm going to implement the 2 attribute which is required. The first one is this onPressed, and the second one will be this trial. So the trial will be the text widget, and I'm going to say the first page, and also I will probably wrap it with the center, and also I'm going to place this first page inside our material app. Okay, let's save. Yes, you can see our first page is shown on the screen, and probably I will give this scaffold AppBar so you can see it more clear. Here is our first page, so I save it. You'll see our AppBar, and also we'll give the title be our first page. Right. Okay, let's save. So here is our first page. So I'm going to implement another page, so which is our second page. Still I use this shortcut for stateless widget, and I name it with the second page. And also I will delete this constructor for now. So in the second page, as you can see, the second page, I still need to use this scaffold, right? Because it is a completely a new page, so I still need to wrap this container with this scaffold. I will wrap with the widget, and it will be scaffold. Also, scaffold don't have this child attribute. We have this instead we have this body attribute. So inside this body, we may have a center widget, right? The center widget will have this text widget, and also we'll call it will display the second page, right? Also, I would like to give it the AppBar, and which will say this. Also have the title, which indicate this is our second page. I need to wrap it with title and the text widget. Okay, let's save. Okay, here is our second page. So I can replace the first page with the second page, and I save. Here you see this is our second page. Okay, so recover to the first page, and then I'm going to show you how we can navigate from the first page to the second page. Okay, let's go back to our agenda, and as you can see here, there are two methods we can use inside this navigator. So the navigator will be default provided by Flutter SDK. There are two methods inside this navigator class. So the first one will be the pushed method, and the second one will be this popped method. And we're going to use this pushed method to navigate from our first page to the second page. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and inside this onPress the anonymous function, I'm going to use the navigator, right? .push method. So I'm going to pass two parameters. The first one will be the context, so I can just grab these contexts from our build method, and the second one will be the route, right? By default, Flutter provides some route classes which extend these abstract route class we can use and to pass inside this pushed method. And the one I'm going to use is this material page route. So go back to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to use our material page route. So the material page route by default, you also require a parameter is this builder. So inside this builder, when you move your mouse, you see it will also require a function which took this parameter, the build context, as the parameter. So we could also grab this context from our build method and pass it here. And then we need to return a page we will navigate to. So here I return the second page, right? Okay, that's it. So I save. By default, material page route will implement the transition between two pages, and the transition will be from bottom to top, right? So the second page will show from bottom to top. So let's try it. So let's see, when I click this first page, you navigate to the second page, and it by default will pop from bottom to top. Yeah, it's hard to see, I know here, right? And I just go back, you see it will pop up from bottom to top, right? You see here. Okay, and here we have another page route provided by Flutter. It will be this Cupertino page route. So I'm going to use this one. So I think this one will be, when you actually use this one, you need to import a class which is this Cupertino.dar, and when you save it, by default, I think it will implement a slide transaction. So the page will from the right to the left, right? So when you click it, you see here a little effect is this slide transaction. So the second page will from the right to the left is transaction. Okay, so you see. And also, I know some of you just going to say, how can we implement our own custom transaction? And the third way is we can implement our custom transaction by using this page route builder. So we're trying to implement this page route builder. So we change this to page route builder. By change to page route builder, we need to pass our page route. So I'm going to delete everything inside here. Inside this page route builder, we need to implement it is required name parameter, which is this page builder. So in this page builder, it will receive the build context and the animation, and also will return a widget, which is our second page, right? So in here, I will receive the context, and also, so for simple, I just name EC, also the animation 1, animation 2, and you will return our second page, right? Second page, and then we will implement our transition builder because we want our custom transition, right? So move your mouse. In here, you see this transition builder will also accept these contexts and animation 1 and animation 2, which is the start animation and end animation, and also the widget, so which is the child widget. Okay, and also you return a widget. So I'm going to return so for here, I think I'm going to return this fade transaction because I want to use this kind of animation. So I'm going to return this fade transaction. Here I also use C and A1 and A2, and also it is child. So, and inside this fade transaction, we need to pass this required name parameter would be capacity. So capacity would be so the transition. So, and we could pass this A1 transition, and also the other would be the child, and also I pass child here. So I save. And last one would be we can declare our transition duration. We need to pass the duration and also can pass second. I'll probably take 5 seconds. So we save. Let's trying to see our custom transition. Okay, let's press this button. You'll see because we give it 5 seconds, so you will took a little bit long, and you see we have this fade transaction. Let's give some background so you can see this transition much clearer. And I will probably wrap this with our container, center widget with the container. I will give the color. I will give the probably okay green color, right? And also under 42nd page, I wrap it with container as well, and also will set the color to something like yellow. Okay, so let's save, and I press this button again. Okay, first we need to navigate back to our first page, right? This is a green color, right? So when I click this first page, so watch careful. So I click it. You see this page actually turned to yellow, right? With this fade transition. So I can change this to 2 seconds. Maybe it's much quicker. So I go back to my previous page. I click it. See? Yeah, it's much better now. So we could also implement our custom transaction by trying different transition class. Right? We have a fade transition, which already defined by Flutter SDK, and also the slide transition, and also the scale transition. And here I only list out the top 3 transition we will use most frequently. Okay, back to Visual Studio Code, and as you can see here, so if we have this AppBar, by default, the Flutter only second page will implement this go back button for us. So let me comment out our AppBar for the second page. So I just save it. You see, we cannot go back to our previous page, right? So how are we going to do this? I'm going to implement another button in our second page, and I'm trying to use this navigator.pop method. So inside this center widget, I wrap another widget. I think it would be still this elevated button, right? And also going to implement this on press method, and it should be anonymous method, and I will using navigator dot pop. I need to pass the context. So let's save. You see I have this second page, so when I click it, I will go back to my first page, which is this green background page. So I click it. You see, we now navigate back to our first page. Right. Okay, so you may notice some people will write something like this: navigator. You're using this one of context and dot pop. Right, I think those are very similar. Alright, so could you also write in this way? So I save. It still do the same stuff. Right, the same for this push method. We could write something like a navigator dot of context and pass context here and use the push method. So inside this one, you will move your mouse. You see we only need this route object. But if because we already passed our context in here. Yeah, this is just another way. So you can choose either way you prefer. Okay, I think that's all for today's video. I hope now you got more understanding of how navigation works in the Flutter. And also don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and I will continue upload the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, thanks. And also I would really appreciate your time and your support for this channel, and I will see you in next video. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-star school YouTube channel, and in this video I will continue talking about the navigation in the Flutter, which is the name route. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Here we just use the code we wrote for the last lesson. And don't worry, I will give you a brief recap. In here I declare 2 pages. So the first page is this green background page with a button called first page. And then we have our second page, which is the yellow background, and also have a button called second page. So we can click this first page, you will navigate to our second page. And here I would like to remove those customized transaction we have done for last lesson. And so I just use a default material route. Okay, so I will delete this one, and I just using a default material page route here, and I will return the second page. Okay, so let's save. We go back to our first page, and when I click it, and we will be navigate to our second page with this fade transaction from bottom to top, right? Also, I just uncomment this AppBar so we can go back to our previous page. And here you saw our AppBar come up, and we can click the Go Back button, and we'll be navigate back to our first page. Okay, that's just for a quick recap. Let's back to today's agenda. So in today's lesson, we will talking the name route. So what is name route? Name route just you give your route a name, and when you navigate to that name, it will refer to a specific route you have already defined. And that's back to Visual Studio Code, and here I will give you some example so you can get more understanding. Okay, back to Visual Studio Code, and inside this material app we have a route attribute, so we can pass this map, and we can give our page a name, right? And also we need to pass this context and return my first page, and I also give my another page a name called second. So also when you move your mouse to this route, you see, and here it set a map. So map, the key was string, and the value would be this a function, and the function will return a widget. And inside this function, it took a parameter, which is this view context. So which is we passed here, and we will return a widget, which is this second page, right? Second page. So I save. So next, we're not going to use this push the method, but instead we use this push name method. Okay, so by push name, we will give it our route name, right? So here I will give it the route name will be second / second. Okay, and we don't need to specify it is this one here, so we can just delete. So we save, and let's try. So when I click this button, it should be navigate to our second page. So when I click this first page, yeah, it's still underneath will be used this material page route, and it's the same effect like a material page route. See, we'll have this pop up from bottom to top. I know some of you may wonder how can we define our custom transaction when we're using this name route. Okay, so when you move your mouse in this material app, you will find an attribute called this onGenerateRoute. So you could implement this function. By default, this onGenerateRoute will take a function, and the function parameter you need to pass is these route settings. So in here we just pass these settings, and we could decide if the setting is the second page, we will render this page by our own, and we implement this page route builder, and we use this fade transition. And you may notice if you define the route in this way, you actually need to uncomment this one, because in here if you define inside these routes, by default you will using material page route. So if you define your own page route, so you need to comment out this second page. So when I save, so let's see, when I click this first page button, it will actually navigate me to the second page, right? Remember? So I'll click it. As you can see here, when I click this first page button, it will navigate me to the second page. and also with our custom defined fade transition. Okay, back to agenda. So next I'm going to talk how you can pass your argument inside this name route. So there is two ways. First way, you can use this on generate route, and the second way is you using this model route. So first we're going to talk this. So back to Visual Studio Code, and here I will quick change my second page a little bit, and I will define a string title. I will define a title, and this title should be passed from our argument. So I'm using this title. It's required to pass, and I save. So I move up. In this second page, we need to pass the title attribute, right? Remember, we have defined it is title and it's a required. So we're going to use our argument and pass it into this second page constructor. So how we can get our argument? We will actually access these settings, and we can access this argument attribute, and we will get this argument and we call it name args, right? And we'll pass this one into our second page constructor. And also move down a little bit, and here with our push name method, when you move your mouse, you'll see there is actually they have a name parameter is this argument. So we could pass something called, so this is second args, right? Also we could replace this text with our title here, so which is our argument we passed from here. So we save. Okay, so let's see. So when I click this first page, I will navigate to the second page with our argument, right? This is second arg. So when I click, you see our argument actually will access in this second page, and it display in our AppBar title. Okay, that's our first approach. We can use it to display our argument. And back to agenda, and here I will give you the second approach, how you can extract your argument and display in your page, which is this modal route. So unlike the first approach, we extract these argument inside our own generate route method. So in our second approach, we will extract these argument inside our own widget, which is our second page widget. Okay, let's back to Visual Studio Code, and here I just comment out these on generate route. Also, I will uncomment the second page, this route and then route, and also I will change the second page a little bit. I make it as a name parameter, and also I would like give it when you make a name parameter, you need to give it a default title. So I would like give it default second page, right? So I then inside this second page, we're going to extract our argument. So you see we're using this navigator push name, and we pass this argument, right? So this is second arg. So we want to extract this argument and display in our title, AppBar title. So how can we do this? We're using this modal route class, and first we need to get these arg by using modal route dot of context, and we have a setting. We can access its settings, also this argument, right? And we need to make sure this is no now, and also right, and this is an object type, so we need to pass it here and make it a string type, because we know it will be a string, right? And we save. We will test it on our emulator. So we click this button. You see, this is our second arg. We also extra this argument. So we may change this to something else. Second args, and we save. So back to our first page, and we navigate to the second page. You see, this is our second arg. So we did it. So back to today's agenda. So in this video, we learn how we can parse the argument using two ways. The first way is using this on generate route method, and the second way is on using this model route, right? If you want to use this model route, you make sure you're under this build method and inside your custom widget. And if you're using this on generate route, make sure you are inside this material app. Okay, that's all for today's lesson, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will keep uploading the Flutter tutorial. Okay, thanks for watching. See you in next video. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-star school YouTube channel, and in this lesson we will continue talking about the navigation in Flutter. In last lesson, we have defined a name route in the Flutter navigation. However, there are two more methods inside this navigator would be very useful when we actually develop a Flutter application. So in today's lesson, I'm going to talk about another two methods, which is push replacement method and push and remove until method in the navigator. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Let's back to Visual Studio Code. And here you can see I have already connected with my Android emulator with my Visual Studio Code. And inside this met.dot file, and we have declared two pages, the first page and the second page. Inside this first page, we have a button called first page, which will navigate you to the second page, right? And also we give it a green color as a background color. So for the second page, we also have a button inside our second page called second page, and also we give it a yellow color, right? And also we define those two net routes inside our material app, and inside this routes attribute, and we give we rename the first and the second, and we will return the first page and the second page. Okay, we will start from this point, and here I'm going to define another page. I will call it the third page, because we're going to test those push replacement method and also this push and remove until method. So we probably need our third page. So here I just quickly change this name to third page, and also I probably change the text in here as well, right? And also I will change this color probably to red color. Okay, so in here I want when I press the button in our second page, we will navigate to the third page. So here I just remove this popped method. Instead, I will using a push name method, like what we did in the first page, right? Here we pass the context and as well as the route. So we probably need to define the route here. Net route here, we'll probably call it third, and also pass the context, and we will return the third page. Alright, and we move down, and we will probably navigate to the third page, right? Okay, let's save, and we now can test our application. So in the right side, here is our first page. So when I click this button, you will navigate to the second page, which is this yellow background. So I click this one, it navigate to the second page. And also when I click this button, it will navigate us to the third page, right? So I click that. Yeah, you see this one would be a red background. Oh, I forgot to change the text here. So let's save. Yeah, it's third page. Okay, so you see when I click this go back button, it actually will go back to the second page, right? You're back to the second page, and I click this back button in the second page, you will go back to our first page. Okay, you see we have this navigation stack. As you can see here, when I press the first page button, the second page will be pushed in our stack. And also when we click the second page button inside our second page, our third page will be pushed into our stack, right? So when you click the go back button, so each star will be pulled from this stack of rows, right? So those we just using those push name or push method. So what is this push replacement method used for? So if you're using this push replacement method, actually it will not push your page, but instead it will replacement your page inside this stack. Here I will give you an example. So let's back to Visual Studio Code and find our second page. Inside this button on press the function, and we're going to change this push the name to our push replace the name, right? Because we're using this name round, so we will change it to push replacement. You see, you'll notice we have two methods with this replacement. So if you're using the first one, you actually need to pass the page in here. Alright, if we use the second method, second one, we can pass our net round. Okay, let's save, and we're going to test it on our app. So when I click this first page, I will be navigate to the second page, right? It's a yellow background, and I click the second page, I will be navigate to the third page, right? You see, I click this one, I navigate to the third page. However, the differences between these push name and push replacement name would be when I click this go back button, it actually will go back to our first page because we replace the stack, right? You see in this image, we didn't push to the stack, we actually will replace what inside this stack. So, and we will try this go back button. It will back to our first page, which is the green background. So let's see. You see it go back to the first page, and we can try again. So we navigate to the second page and also the third page. Remember, we have talked about this AppBar, and if you didn't implement this AppBar, so you can go back to previous route using navigator.pop method, right? So actually it do the same thing as this go back button. So I will click this third page button, and you actually will back to our first page. You see, now we back to the first page. Okay, next one I'm going to talk about this push and remove until method. So suppose you encounter this scenario and you have probably 10 pages and you use this push the name with each page, and how you're going to return back to our first page, right? You can use this push replaced name But there is another convenient way you can use is this method, which is this push and remove until. So you can go back to your first page anytime. Okay, let's back to Visual Studio Code, and I will show you an example. And here I would like to create our fourth page. So under our third page, I create the fourth page. Copy in here, paste in here, and also in here. So in our third page, I also use this navigator of push name. Actually, I use this push the name to our third page. So I'm going to use it here to push to our fourth page. And I need to declare this route and pass the context, and also return our fourth page, right? And save. So the first page will push name to the second page, and also push to our third page, and push to our fourth page, right? So in here, if I want go back, so it actually will go back to the three page, right? So how can we go back to these root page, which is the first page, and we could inside these, before we go to the fourth page, in this line we can change it to the method. We have a route in here, right? So we use this pushed and remove until, push name and remove until. So we pass our fourth page, and also the second one would be the model row with name would be the first page. Okay, so let's save, and we'll test it on our Android emulator. So you see the first page, we click this button, will push to our second page, right, which is this yellow background, and also in our second page we'll push to third page, which is this red background, right? And also when I press this button, it will push to the fourth page, right? Okay, so maybe I need to change the fourth page to purple, so you can see clear. So I change to purple, and also I click this button, you will push to the fourth page, but also we have defined it is previous page will be this first page, right? So we will try, and we click it, it's our fourth page, right? So when I click this button, I pop, so it actually will return to our first page, so which is the green background. So when I click, I know we forget to write down something. So back to our material app, so we need to fill out this initial route attribute. So we save, and you can run it again by clicking this restart button, and we will test it again. So we go to the first page, right, and we go to the second page, and the third page, right? See here, when I click this button, it actually will back to our first page, which is the green background. So I click this one, you see we will navigate back to our first page, right? And also we remove everything inside our stack of the routes, right? You can also achieve this by using this push replacement, right? But you can use this push and remove until this method more easily, right? It will save you a lot of work, right? Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson. And after you finish those 3 videos talking about the Flutter navigation, and I hope you can handle most of the situation if you want to use this navigator in Flutter. Okay, so don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will see you in next video. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel, and in this lesson I'm going to talk more detail about this AppBar and also the SliverAppBar. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. And you'll see I have listed out all the topics I'm going to cover in this video, and we will try different attribute which is inside this AppBar, and also I'll give you example and when to use this AppBar and when to use this SliverAppBar. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. The AppBar was default provided by Flutter team, and which include in the material.dat file. So back to our Visual Studio Code and open our Android emulator. Here I already connected with my emulator and Visual Studio Code. And as you can see here, we have only list out this text widget, which have this AppBar text in the center of our screen. So in here, I'm going to trying to use the default AppBar provided by the Flutter team. Inside this scaffold widget, we have AppBar attribute. So when you move your mouse, you will see this AppBar attribute actually will take this preferred size widget, and we can use our default AppBar widget, which provided by this material.dar. And when you move your mouse, and when you hit Control in Windows, or if you in Mac OS, you hit Command and you left click it, and you will see this AppBar actually implements this preferred size widget. So we can use in here because this one is the subclass of the preferred size widget, right? And inside this AppBar, we can see we have this so many attributes. So by default, this is over structure of our AppBar. We have this leading and title and also actions. So below it, we have this flexible space, and also we can specify what is inside this button. We can use like a TabBar inside this button, but don't worry, I will talk about that in the later video. So here for the leading part, we usually will pass this icon or icon button. Inside this icon, we will take this icon data as a parameter. So I'm going to use this concrete class, which is this icons class. So I'm going to give you an example. So here first I'm going to implement this leading attribute. Leading attribute will accept like any kind of widget, right? Any kind of widget. So I'm going to use our icon widget. In here, when I move my mouse, you see I need to pass this icon data, right? So icon data, I can use these icons, this class, and so by default, it implement different kind of icon we can use. For here, I'm going to random choose. I think I can just choose settings. Yeah, you have settings, right? So when I save it, and you will see we have this AppBar and we have this setting in the leading part, right? This setting icon. But this icon is no clickable, right? Because we just use the icon widget. So in order to make it clickable, we can change this to like icon button, right? So icon button default also took two parameter actually. So the first one is this on press, and the second one is this icon. So icon is also we can pass this widget. So we can pass the icon. Here I can specify the icon, and I can pass icon again, right? and inside this I will use icons, and I use settings, right? And next I'm going to implement this onPress method. So I just leave for empty now, and I save, and you see now this icon is clickable. So when you press this icon button, you will see this hover effect. I'm not sure if you still remember. So from last lesson, we learned the navigation. So the start of a route, if it's not empty, so by default, the AppBar will underneath implement this leading, and we'll have this navigation arrow button for you to go back to the previous page. Actually, I'm going to implement a button, so you will navigate us to the second page, and you will see what I mean for this. So I'm going to create another button, and inside this button, we're going to implement the onPress function, and also its trial. For the trial, I'm going to adjust the text and going to next page, right? So inside this button, I'm going to use a navigator, and I'm going to push to the second page, right? So we need to implement another page actually. So here I create another widget, which is our second page. It's a stateless widget. Call it second page. Okay, I don't need this constructor for now. And here I'm going to return the scaffold because it's another page, right? And the body attribute, and we're going to return the center widget. And inside the center, we implement this child attribute, and we're going to return this text in the second page, right? So in here, we're going to use this context, right, and going to return our second page. But actually, we forgot something. I think we forgot the material page route. Going to use this one, and inside this one, we're going to implement the part. So I'm going to save it. Alright, so here we have our button to go to the next page, and I'm going to center it. So we have this button to go to the next page, right? Oh, we forgot to implement the AppBar in our next page. AppBar, so I just use default AppBar. I didn't implement any attribute inside this AppBar. So what I mean for these sentences, when I navigate to the second page, by default I have this AppBar, right? I didn't specify any leading part, so it will underneath automatically implement for us. So let's see when I click this button. Okay, I forgot I need to make this another class, right? So I'm going to extract the widget and make a first page. So I save. So and I save in this one. In this way, we can navigate to our second page. Right. So I don't think I need this constructor for now. So I just save. And so when I click this to next page, it will navigate us to the second page, right? And by default, it didn't specify anything inside this AppBar. So it will implement this back button for us to navigate back to our previous route, right? So I can click it and we can go back to our first page. So, and you can also specify you don't want the Flutter to implement this underneath for you, so you just set it to false, right? So you set these to false, and inside the second page, AppBar, so you set these automatically implement leading, you set to false. So when you save, and you can click this button again. So when you to next page, you will see we don't have this go back arrow again. So you can specify if you want the Flutter to implement this leading automatic for you. Okay, so also another takeaway point is if you specify this drawer, so by default Flutter will also implement the leading for you, but has a menu icon on the leading. Yeah, don't worry, we'll talk this drawer in the next video. And also we can specify the leading way, right? We have this attribute called leading way. And back to Visual Studio, and in our first page, the AppBar we have this leading way. By default it's 56, and you can also make it much wider. So you, for example, make it 100. So it will start from here to here, right? So it's hard to see because we're using this icon. Maybe I can replace this icon with our container, and I will give the container some color so you can see much clearly. And I'll give the red color. So I save. You'll see our leading part will took 100 space. So if I comment now, you see our leading only took 56. Right. So next is this title attribute. So this title attribute, we can specify the title in our AppBar. So let's back to Visual Studio, and in the title, so when we specify this title attribute, when you move your mouse, you see this title attribute actually receive a widget. So you can make any kind of widget inside here. So here I'm going to use the text widget. So you can see this is our first page, right? So I save it. By default, it will know center, right? There, it will align from the left. So how you're going to center it? You're using another attribute called center title, and you set to true. So then you will center, right? And next, I think is our action part. So action actually took a list of widgets, right? You can specify many icons in your actions. So for example, and in here, and we have this action attribute, right? Inside this action attribute, we can specify different icons. So I'm going to implement different icons. I think setting versus setting icons, so icons settings, and next I'm going to implement another icon. I call it icons.more. Okay, so I save. You will see we have two icons on the left side. Also, I think we can set the background color for our AppBar. So back to Visual Studio. So for those actions, you can also give some padding or some margin, and also set the gap between those icons. So for example, I can put a size box between those two, right? I give it some kind of size box, and I give the weight probably 5, and I would adding some space between those two icons. You'll see you actually increase the space. Maybe I give them more so you can see clear, right? And you can also wrap this icon with like a padding widget, so you can move this icon a little bit left, right? And also we can set custom this AppBar. We can set its background color, and we can set to yellow. For example, I set to yellow. Right, so when I save, you will see this background color turn to yellow. And also we can set its elevation. So it means I don't want this shadow. So when I set this elevation to 0, the shadow will be removed. Also, I can increase the shadow. So when I set to 10, the shadow will be have more shadow than before. Okay, next is this toolbar height. So we can set the how much height we want for our toolbar. So the default is 56, right? So we can say 100 and we save. So it's much more longer. And we can also set its capacity. So, and probably I set to 0.5 and I save it. The text will be hard to see, right? Because we change its capacity. Okay, I think you now got more understanding for those toolbar and how you can customize it. And I'm going to comment out this one. And next, I'm going to talk this SliverAppBar. Okay, let's back to Visual Studio Code. And here I borrow the code from a Flutter official document talking about this SliverAppBar. And here I will give you a quick explanation what this code does. So first we define our Stateful Widget. So inside this Stateful Widget, we need to keep track of all those three attributes: pinned, and snap, and floating. So those three is very important when we trying to use this SliverAppBar. Next, we build this custom scroll view, because if you want to use your SliverAppBar, you need to inside this custom scroll view, right? Because it should inside this slivers attribute. So we have this sliver bar, and also we have this sliver list, which we will see is this display here. And for the bottom navigation, so we have these three items. So when you turn on, you will set these attribute to true, right? When you turn off, you will set this attribute to false. So we're going to test what those three attributes will affect our SliverAppBar. Okay, so the first attribute is this pin, right? The pin means, so when I scroll down, so I'm going to scroll down, right? These sliver will stick on the top, and you will display our appbar, this title. And when I scroll up, you see it didn't show a logo, Flutter logo. So when I actually scroll to the 0, the logo will show. So you see when I scroll to 0, and you see this time when I reach to the end, the top end, the logo will showing up. See, so this is when we set this pin to true, and we set those to false. Alright, you see when I scroll to top, only to the top, this logo will show. So here I'm going to turn this to false, and I set this floating to true. And I'm going to scroll down, so they all have the same effect when scroll down. The difference is when I scroll up. So when I scroll up, you see when I'm trying to scroll up, this logo will showing. You see. So for this pinned, only when I scroll to the top one, which is a 0, so the logo will show. But for this floating, so when I start to scroll up, this appbar is showing, right? And when I scroll down, this appbar will not going to stick on the top. So when I scroll up, you see this logo, even I didn't reach to the top one. So if I also open this, so when I scroll down, this appbar will sticky on the top. You see, and when I scroll up, this logo will show. So we don't need to wait until we hit the end, right? So usually we'll combine those two together, and we will scroll down. You have this appbar stick on the top, and we're trying to scroll up, we can see our logo. So what is this snappy, right? Snappy, you see this comment. When I'm trying to use snappy only applies when this appbar is floating. So you need to combine the snap and the floating together. So I'm going to make this pen to false, and I open this snap to true, right? So when I open this snap to true, so when I scroll up, this logo will show entirely. You notice. So I scroll down, and when I trying to scroll up a little bit, this entire logo will show up. Yeah, this is what the difference is between those three. I hope you got understanding of what's differences between those three attributes. And for the rest attribute, for example, this expanded height means how much height we can set for this AppBar, and also for this flexible space means we can change its background image. For example, in the code here, so the expanded height I set to 160, right? I can change it even more. I can set to 200, so you save, it will be higher than before, you see. And also this is our this AppBar. We can set this title, and we can change this title inside this flexible space. So when you scroll up, you will stick on the top when this set to true, right? So I set to true. So when I scroll up, you will stick on the top. And if you still feel this is hard to understand, I also will post this documentation in the description below, so you can watch this quick introduction video talking about SliverAppBar, and also you can check this documentation and check this animated example. Okay, so I think that's all for today's lesson, and I will continue uploading a video for Flutter tutorial. So I hope you can subscribe to my channel, please, and also thumbs up my video, and I will see you in next video. Thanks for watching. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel, and in this lesson I'm going to talk about the tab bar in the Flutter. As you can see from today's agenda, I will talk about two different approaches to make a tab bar in the Flutter. So the first one is use this default tab controller, and the second one is you create your own stateful widget. Also implement this a single ticker provider state maxim. Okay, so if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification. Also, if you can thumbs up my video, I will be really appreciate. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. I'm going to talk how we can use this default tab controller first. So back to Visual Studio Code, and also open our Android emulator. As you can see here, this is our very basic project. Only have this simple text widget inside this scaffold, and we will start from this point. And in order to use this default tab controller, and we're going to replace this scaffold with our default tab controller. So inside this default tab controller, there are two required name parameters we need to specify. The first is the name. So I'm going to specify we have 3 tabs, and also another one would be this child, right? So for the child, I'm going to place the scaffold widget. Scaffold, right? So inside the scaffold, remember we have the AppBar attribute, right? So in AppBar, we're going to use the default Flutter AppBar, and inside this AppBar, we can specify its title, right? So I'm going to give some text, maybe TabBar demo, right? And we have another attribute inside this AppBar, so which is the button attribute. So we're going to place this TabBar inside this button attribute. So as you can see from this agenda, and inside this button, we can place our TabBar widget, which is pre-built by Flutter team. We have a different attribute we can specify. So the most important is this tab attribute. So we're going to use another built-in class called tab. So let's back to Visual Studio Code. So inside this button attribute, I'm going to place our TabBar widget, which is prebuilt by Flutter team. And also you move your mouse, you see we need to implement this required parameter, which is these tabs. And inside this tab, it took a list of widgets. So I can place this tabbed widget. I place 3 tabbed widgets. So inside the tab widget, and we can pass like icon or text. So here I'm going to pass the icon. I'm using icon class. Going to icons, directions card, and another I will place with direction bike and also direction transit. I'm going to replace it with direction transit, and the third one would be direction bike. Okay, so let's save. Now you see we have these 3 tab bar coming up. And the first one is our direction card, this card, and the second one is our transit icon, and the third one is this bike icon. And we can change different tabs, right, and show different content. In order to show different content inside this scaffold, we have a body attribute, remember? So we can specify our body attribute. And we need to place this TabBar view inside our body attribute. So this TabBar view also pre-built by Flutter team. So we can use this TabBar view. Right, inside this TabBar view, it requires us to implement its children attribute. Inside this children, I'm going to place 3 widgets so we can choose when the tab click. So I'm going to play 3 widgets in here. So the first one indicate we select this car icon, and the second one is this transit, and third one is this bike. So as you can see here, and we are in this bike tab, so the content shows is bike here, and when we select the transit, you will see this text will change to transit. When I click the first icon, those widgets will change to our first widget, which we specify inside this tab view. And you remember, we specify the total length of our tab bar to 3, so we can specify 3 tabs and also 3 tab view, right? You can place any pages here, your custom widget. In here, just replace those 3. And here just a very basic example. You can place any custom widget here as long as they are 3. And we also have a different attribute inside this tab bar. So first, you can see here inside this tab widget, we have the text attribute, so we can give it the label, right? So inside this text, will require a string. So I'm going to give a string like car, and also I will copy and paste here and change the text to transit. And I'll do for the third, change it to the bike. So I save. We're going to see our tab. We have these 3 labels under the icon, right? You see, we have these label. And also back to agenda, you will see we have a different attribute we can apply when we use these tab bar. So the first one is this indicate color. So the indicate color means this white bar here. So here I'm going to change it is indicate color So I select indicate color, I change to yellow, and I save. And you will notice this bar will tend to yellow. You see this bar. When I select, the bar will tend to yellow. So let's click the middle one and the bike. Right, this is our indicate color. And next one I'm going to talk is this indicator size. So we can use the class called TabBar indicator size. It provides two different static attributes we can use. The one is a tab, another is a label. So we're going to change it, and you see what's the effect coming up. So I'm going to implement this indicate size, and we're going to use the I think it's a TabBar indicator size. So TabBar indicator size, right? And there are two sides. First one is this label, another is this tab. So let's choose this label and we save. You see this size will just as long as our label, right? For this transit, you see it's much longer for this bike. This one is we change to label. So the default is tab. So you will take even space among those three. So this one is our indicator size. So the next one is the label indicator. So we can change the text, the color, text color. So I want to change to yellow as well. So I use the label color and I copy the color we use for our indicator. Okay, when I save, you will see all the tab and icon will change to yellow. And we also have this unselect label color, and we can change. So we can implement unselect label color, and we give it white color. So when you save, you'll see the select one will be yellow, and those unselected will be white. And we also can customize it even more. So we have this indicator attribute. So this indicator will take this decoration class. So we could use the box decoration, which is a subclass of the decoration. And inside this decoration, we can choose. We can change it is a border radius or color, or also place an image as the background. Right. So here I only change it is border radius and color, so you can see. And I'm going to change it is border radius, and I'm going to use border radius circular, and only A is enough. Also, I change the color to green. So I save, and you will see now this indicator will change to green. So I change the circular number to 30. Yeah, you see we have this oval shape indicator. You can also inside this box decoration, we can also implement it is image attribute, and we could use this decoration image like when we did in the container. Another important note is that we have this is scrollable attribute. So as you can see here, we only have 3 tabs. So if we have more than like 10, so by default it is not going to scroll. So you will collab together. So you could use this is scrollable attribute, and you set to true, so you can scrollable. So maybe I change this text to 9, right? And also I just copy those, I duplicate these. Also for SNS this tab view, we need to make a consistent. So when I save, you'll see it's hard to see those labels because it's very small. So I'm going to implement it is scrollable, and I set to true. So when I set to true, and those tabs can be scrollable now. You see, we only show the first 6, and we can scroll. It's scroll, and we can see another 3, right? And that's all for our default tab controller. So the next one I'm going to talk is this single ticker provider state mixing. So here I'm going to delete all of them because I'm going to make another stateful widget since we're going to use those mixing. So I'm going to declare another stateful widget, and I call it my app. So I don't think I need this constructor for now. So we're going to return our material app, material app, and we have this home attribute. So inside we have a scaffold widget. So in order to implement the TabBar in our stateful widget, we're going to use the mixin, so which is the single ticker provider state mixin. Then we're going to implement our initial state method and also initial our tab controller. So I'm going to create our tab controller. So make it a private attribute. So and we're going to initial inside our initial state. Going to use this tab controller. Inside tab controller, we're going to give the length and also pass these and mixing. So the date keyword just means we will initially later. So also we need to implement it is dispose the method, and I'm going to dispose the tab controller. Okay, so we set our controller. So next I'm going to implement what we did in default tab controller. So inside this scaffold, we can implement this AppBar attribute. So we parse the default AppBar, and we implement the title. I give the title TabBar demo, right? And also we have this button attribute. So inside this button attribute, we can implement our TabBar, and we need to, because this TabBar requires us to implement its tabs. So inside this tab, I'm going to use a tab class and also implement this icon. Going to use icon class and direction. I think directions car, right? So the first one is car, and the second one is transit, and the third one is the bike. And also remember, unlike the first one, we need to pass our controller inside our tab bar. So this controller, we're going to pass our tab controller here. Also, so for the body attribute inside this scaffold, so we're going to implement this TabBarView, right? So TabBarView, we're going to implement its children, and also we have a 3 center text widget. So here for symbol, I just call it car, and I'm going to duplicate it. And the second one will be transit, and the third one would be bike. And also for this one, we also need to pass our controller, tab controller, right? So we save, we open our emulator. So you will see we have this same TabBar, like what we implement using the default controller. So the differences between the one we use now is we have this TabBar controller. So we can add some listener to this TabBar controller. For example, when I click this icon, so I want some event to trigger, right? So I can in our initial state, and using this we can add some listener, so we can do our some event logic here, right? So this is the differences between this default controller and this single ticket providers they mix in. Okay, that's all for today's lesson. And if you have any question, please comment out below and I will try my best to help you. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There will be a Flutter UI tutorial coming out in this week. So I hope you can enjoy my Flutter UI tutorial as well. So I will see you in next video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to talk about the drawer in the Flutter. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification, because I will keep uploading Flutter tutorial every day, so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. As you can see from today's agenda, we're going to talk about this drawer, which default implemented by the Flutter SDK. And we also will talk about this drawer header and also another user account drawer header. So let's open our Visual Studio Code and our Android emulator. And as you can see here, this is a very basic project setup. Here I only create a very simple my home page. As you can see here, just a test widget with this drawer show on the screen. And we will start from this point. So inside this scaffold, we have a different attribute, and you will find this drawer. So drawer, and we can use this drawer class, which already implemented by Flutter SDK. And you can left shift, and you will see this wide drawer. And also, we can implement the AppBar. So when you implement this AppBar, the drawer will turn to menu icon. So you can click this menu icon and the drawer will be pop up. But it's hard to see because we have nothing inside this drawer. So let's customize it a little bit. Back to agenda. Inside this drawer, we can use different header. So the first one is a drawer header. So we're going to implement this first. So back to Visual Studio Code in order to make it clear. So for each trial, first I'm going to put our container, because I want to change its color so we can see the overall matching of padding. By default, the drawer will take the entire space. And inside this a container, we're going to place a list view. Right, so place a list view. Inside this children, we can put our drawer header class, and inside this drawer header class, we can put our text. Just call it drawer header. Okay, let's save. We could probably wrap our container with this drawer header, so you can see where is this drawer header. So I'm going to wrap it with blue color. So let's save, and you see this is our drawer header. So by default, the list view have the padding, so it's this padding. So in order to remove this padding, we can use edit inset.0, right? We can remove the padding, so our drawer will extend until the toolbar. Also, when you move your mouse in this drawer header, you will see by default it implements some default margin and padding, and we can wrap the container widget so we can see the padding, those padding and margin. So giving the container a green color. So when I save, you will actually see those padding from top and left and right and bottom is come from this drawer header. And also you can customize this drawer header a little bit because it like a normal container. We have this decoration attribute. So inside this decoration attribute, we can pass the box decoration. We can customize its color and also put some background image, right? Like a normal container. So for example, I can change, I can go to the decoration attribute and I pass the box decoration. Right, inside this box decoration, we can change its color. I'm going to give it pink color. So as I say, you will see now this drawer turned to pink. Right, this blue color is our container color. Right, this, and you see this a little blue line because this is our margin. You see this margin to bottom is 8 pixel, so this the blue line is a margin. So we can remove these outside container. Let's save again. And next, under this drawer header, we could add some list tail, and we create two different list tail, and we save. You can see we have two list tail shown here, and those can be clickable. We could put our navigation logic inside this list tail. Right, we have already talked about this list tail and also our navigation in Flutter. So if you didn't know the navigation in Flutter, you can reach down to my channel page and find my Flutter tutorial series. And I have 3 videos talking about the navigation in the Flutter. And also you can pop out this jar programmatically. So what you can do is you can use this navigator of context, and you call this popped method, right? So for our item 1, right, I save it. So when I click this item 1, I will be pop up. This drawer will dismiss, right? Okay, next I'm going to talk another widget we can use inside our drawer, which is this user account drawer header. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and we will simply remove this drawer header. Oh, before we move this drawer header, some of you may wonder, can we use a colon inside this drawer? Yeah, I think absolutely you can use colon. So here I can change this list view to our colon. So let's save. But you see our drawer header only took the space as it is a child. So we're going to wrap this drawer with our container, and we can specify its weight to double infinity, and then it back to normal, right? And in this case, we don't need to remove any padding, because if we use the list view, we're going to remove the padding. If you're using this colon, you can just give the weight to its container, so it will achieve the same effect. Okay, that's all about the drawer header. And next, I'm going to remove this drawer header. So I'm going to use another widget called user account drawer header. So I'm going to remove all of them and replace with user account drawer header. And here we have some required name parameter we need to pass in. So the first one is this account name, which took a widget. So I can pass my name here, and also we can pass our email address, just random address, right? gmail.com. So let's save. By default, it's it have a blue color. You can see our name, and the email will show in here. And we can also change its color because this user account DrawerHeader also have a decoration attribute. So inside this decoration, we could pass our box decoration. And inside this box decoration, we can change its color, or also we can change its background, right? So we can choose its change its color to green, right? So let's save. You'll see the background change to green. And also, unlike our DrawerHeader, this one user account drawer by default will take entire width of this column. So I can just remove those double infinity. Also place our avatar inside this user account DrawerHeader. So you just choose this current account picture, and you can pass the circle avatar. So you just save, and you will see we have this default blue circle. You can also pass your own image into this background image attribute, right? So then you will see your own picture will show in here. So here I'm not going to do this because I don't have any picture right now. I hope you can try it yourself. So the more practice you did, the more understanding you will get. Okay, back to today's agenda. So another attribute inside this scaffold is this end drawer, which your drawer will be pop up from right to left. And if you change this drawer to end drawer, right? So when you save, you will see this menu icon. You're in the right top, and you click this one, your drawer will pop. Another thing is you can programmatically open your drawer. So you're just using this scaffold of context dot open drawer method. And here I'm going to implement a button inside our scaffold body. When I click this button, the drawer will show. So let's find our text widget. I'm going to change this to our button widget. Inside this button, I'm going to implement it is on press method, and also it is trial. So for trial, I just use the text widget, and I just call it open drawer. So inside this one, we need to use a scaffold of context, right? And we can to open our end drawer, because in here we specify our end drawer. So let's save. Here, if you write the code similar to me, it won't work. So first, I'm going to show you when I click this button, nothing will happen. The reason because, and here we pass the context. So this context we get from our build method, which used to build our scaffold. But here we need to pass our scaffold context. So how to solve this? You need to wrap this center widget with this builder widget. Inside this builder widget, we're going to implement its required argument, which is this builder attribute. So in here, we can access the contents of our scaffold. So we're going to copy our center widget and going to return inside here. Right, so we can save our code. Also, in this way, we can solve this problem. So when I click this button, the drawer will show. Okay, that's all for today's lesson. So if you have any question related to the drawer, feel free to comment below. I will try my best to help you. And also don't forget to subscribe to my channel. We will have a Flutter UI tutorial every week, so you won't miss out the opportunity to build those beautiful applications from scratch. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. And in this lesson, I'm going to talk about the button in the Flutter. As you can see from today's agenda, we will cover elevated button, text button, and outlined button. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial in the future. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. First, let's open our Visual Studio Code as well as our Android emulator. You can see from this main.dot file, I have already wrote these 3 buttons, and we will go over these 3 buttons one by one. The first one is this elevated button. Before Flutter 2, we can use raised button, and it took the same effect as this elevated button. So let's go back our agenda, and here you can see when you create this elevated button, by default it will give you a background. So as you can see here, I declare this elevated button and just implement its child attribute, which took any kind of widget. So I pass this text widget, and you can see we have this blue background and this white text. So as you can see, those child and onPress must be implemented. If we didn't implement those 2 attributes, actually a compile will give our error, right? Those 2 name parameter is required to disable our elevated button. In order to do that, we just pass the none to this onPressed attribute. So when we save, this button is disabled with a gray color, so you cannot click. And when I change to anonymous function, and when I click this button, you'll see this splashed color is a little bit white color. This indicates the button is clickable. And next, I'm going to talk how we can style our elevated button. So the style attribute actually will apply for all of those buttons, the same as this text button and outlined button. Also, there are 2 ways to implement this style attribute. The first one is we can use this button style, and the second one is we can use this elevated button style from. And first, I'm going to talk this elevated button style from, and this one is my preferred way to declare the style of the button. So let's back to Visual Studio Code. So inside this elevated button, we have a style attribute. So when you move your mouse, you see it actually requires this button style, but we can use elevated button style from. It actually will return this button style, but it provides much simple way to declare those property. So first, we can declare it is background color by set this primary attribute. So we can set primary attribute to something like red. Right, when I save, you will see the background will actually turn to red. Also, this onPrimary is set the foreground color, which is the text color. So I'm going to set the foreground to onPrimary attribute to yellow. So when I save, you'll see this text going to change its color to yellow. And also we have this on servers attribute. When you implement this attribute, when the button is disabled, you'll have the effect. So let's back to Visual Studio Code. I just comment out those two, and first I need to make this button disable. So I just pass the none to this onPress the attribute, and inside this elevated button style from, I'm going to pass this on servers. I'm going to use the red color. So when I save, you will notice this button change its style, which is the red color we declare in this on surface attribute. And then we can also declare its size by specify this minimum size attribute. So back to Visual Studio Code, and we can specify this minimum size attribute, and we need to pass our size. So the first parameter will be the width, and the second one will be the height. So we will give our width 300 and height I can give 100. So I save it. You'll see this button will be increased to have a 300 width and 100 height. So this one we can define the width of our button. And another way to declare the height and weight for the button is we can wrap this elevated button to a container, and we can give this container height and weight, right? So for example, I give a 300 and width and 100 height. So when I save, you will see we actually achieve the same effect when I specify this minimum size attribute inside this elevated button style form. Okay, so here I just remove this container. Okay, let's save. And next one is this text style. So we can specify the text style inside this style from. So we can change this text size to bigger, and we can specify the text style. And using this text style class, and we pass this font size, and we can increase the font size. And I just pass 24. So I save, and you will notice the font size of the elevated button increased to 24. Okay, the next one is this elevation attribute. So we may need to change this num to a normal anonymous function, but we leave it empty, and we need to comment out this on servers, and I uncomment those two, or maybe I can just remove those two attributes. So let's save. We have this button, and next we're going to try this elevation. So first I'm going to specify to 5. You'll see we have this a little bit a shadow, and we can even we can increase it even more so you can see clearly. By default, Flutter will set this elevation for us, right? If we set this to 0, this will actually have a more flat. But if we didn't implement this elevation, we will have a little shadow under the background color. And we're going to implement its shape. So first I need to comment this out. In the shape attribute, we can specify we're going to use this rounded rectangle border. Right? Inside this rounded rectangle border, we implement its border radius attribute, and we pass the border radius class, and we use it is circular, and we pass 36. So when I save, you will notice we will have this a rounded border, a rectangle border. So I save. You can see we change the shape of these elevated button. We can also make a circular button by changing this rounded rectangle border into a circle border. So let's try, and I'm going to change this rounded border to circle border. Inside this circle border, we can specify it is a border size, like a color or weight. Then border size, we can use the border size, and inside this border size, we can specify it is color, and maybe I use the red one. So, and also I need to give a size, minimum size. You could also increase the radius for this elevated button because we make a circle shape. So here you will choose the minimum number inside this size class. So for example, here you only choose 100 for its diameter. So for example, we change this number to 200. We could increase the diameters for this circular button, right? We could increase it a little bit, but only depends on the small the number inside this size class. Okay, back to gender. Another way we can specify its style by using this button style. So that's back to Visual Studio, and we can comment out this elevated button style from. Instead, we can pass the button style, right, by passing this button style class. When you move your mouse, you will see we have a lots of a predefined attribute. For example, I want to change the background color, right? In our style form, we can set it is a primary attribute, which is the equal to this background color, and we can set it to red. So you will notice when I set to red, it will give us error because actually you will accept this property, right? So we need to wrap these red color with this edge. Oh, sorry, maybe it should be Alt, and we place these colors inside this Alt, and then we will remove these error. So we save. You'll see now we have these elevated button with the red background. So it's pretty much the same. We can follow what we did in the style form, but this is very inconvenient. You need to use this material state property, and so here I really recommend you using the first approach we have talked. You can achieve the same effect what we did before by using this button style. Okay, I think that's for elevated button style, and also you can use those inside this text button and outlined button. So inside this text button, and we also have this style attribute, so we can use like a text button dot style from, right? And when you move your mouse, you'll see we have this the same attribute as we see seen here, elevated button style from. So I'm not going to try those attributes again, but you can try. I highly recommend you to try yourself, so you'll understand it more. So it's the same as this outlined button. So we have this style attribute. You can specify this style by using this outlined. Sorry, it should be outline button dot style from, right? And when you move your mouse, you'll see we got a similar button style. You can specify it is a primary and on servers and background color, shadow color, right? So in this text button, we don't have this background, right? So when you set your primary color, so I'm going to amber, so let's save. You're going to change your text color because in this elevated button, the primary color is for the background and on primary color is for the text color. But for this text button, the primary actually is the text color. And also when you move your mouse, you'll see inside this text button style from, we don't have on primary. So it only give you this primary attribute, which is the text color show here. So we don't have on primary inside this text button. So for this outlined button, we also have this primary attribute, so we can pass the color. So here I'm using the green color. So when I save, you'll see this button text will turn to green. So you can change the border. So by specify it is side, right? And you can pass the border side. So inside this border side, you can pass the color. So we can change the color to blue, and also make it much wider. So we save. You will see we actually change this border for this outlined button. Right. So I highly recommend you to try this yourself, so you'll get more understanding of how those buttons work. So I think that's all for those 3 buttons. Okay, I think I forgot this one. So for this elevated button, it actually provides another constructor, which is elevated button icon. So we could change this elevated button to elevated button icon. So here I'm going to make another elevated button and using this icon. So by specify this elevated icon, then constructor, we need to pass this on press. So I'm going to leave it empty now. So those 3 attributes must required. So for this icon, so you need to pass your widget. So here I'm going to use the icons widget. So I'm going to use probably the icons settings. And also for this label, I can use the text widget. I'm going to name it setting. So let's save. And you will see we have this button with this icon before the text widget. Yeah, okay, I think that's all for today's video. So we talk about the elevated button and text button, and as well as this outlined button, and how can we customize it. Okay, so don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I will see you in next video. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to talk about the floating action button in the Flutter. So please feel free to subscribe my channel and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. First, we're going to open our Visual Studio Code and connect it with our Android emulator. As you can see, I have set up this very basic project with our AppBar and the text widget shown on the screen. I'm going to start from this point and talk about the floating action button. Back to today's agenda. You will see inside our scaffold we have this floating action button attribute. so we can place our floating action button inside this floating action button attribute. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and inside our scaffold we can find this floating action button attribute, and we can pass the floating action button. This class by default created by Flutter team, and inside is a floating action button. When you move your mouse in this class, you will see actually it defines lots of different attributes we can specify inside this floating button. So the most important one is this child attribute and the onPressed attribute. So for child attribute, I'm going to place an icon widget because this child actually receive any kind of widget. So I'm going to use this icon widget. Just place this one. And also another important attribute we need to specify is this onPressed attribute. So for now, I just leave it empty. So when I save, you will actually see our floating action button show on bottom right of the screen. There are two attributes. One is a background color, another is a foreground color. So we can change its background color. So by specify this background color attribute, let's change its color to red. So when you save, you'll see this blue color actually turn into the red. Another attribute is this foreground color. So we can change this foreground color to something green. So when you save, you'll see this icon actually turn into green. It also provides an attribute called minute, and you can make it smaller. So by set this minute to true, you will notice when I save the code, this button actually become very small than before. And if you want to set the height and weight manually, so you can wrap this floating action button by the container widget. So inside this container, you can specify it is height probably 300 and weight is 300. So when I save, you'll see we have a big floating action button. Maybe it's too big. Going to change the smaller. Right, we can change its height and weight by wrap with this container widget. So I'm going to remove our container widget. For now, let's save again. Back to our original size, and also remove these foreground color. And another attribute is this shape attribute. We can also turn this floating button into different shape. So here I'm going to specify this shape attribute, and I'm going to pass this rectangle. I think it's called rounded rectangle border. So I can pass this rounded rectangle border class, and when I save, you'll see this floating action button actually turn into a square. Alright, inside this round rectangle border, you can specify its border radius, right? And we can change its border radius using border radius dot circular, and we can pass some number. For example, here I just pass A, and we will have this rounded shape. Floating action button, it also provides this elevation attribute. So by default, we have signed a small shadow under this background. So when we set this elevation to 0, we will remove all of those shadow. Okay, I think I go over all the attributes I want to cover in this video. You can also try those different attributes by yourself. And next one I'm going to talk is this floating action button dot extended. It has two more attributes than the normal floating action button, which is this icon attribute and label attribute. back to Visual Studio Code. Here I'm going to comment out this floating action button, and I want to use another one which is called floating action button extended. Right here you see we still have implemented this onPressed property, so I just leave it empty for now. And also this label, which is just a text widget, so I can pass a text widget. I call it favorite. And also we have this icon attribute, so we can pass any kind of widget. So here I'm going to pass the icon widget using icons dot hard it's like sum up, right? Okay, so when I save, okay, I missed the comma. So when I save, you will notice our floating button now have this icon and as well as the label. Okay, next one I'm going to talk about how you can integrate your floating action button with the normal button navigation bar. So back to Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to create a very basic button navigation bar. So here inside this scaffold we have a button navigation bar, right? Inside we need to pass the button navigation bar. In the button navigation bar we need to specify these items, and inside this item we can use a button navigation bar item, right? So for the button navigation bar item we need to specify this icon, so I can use these icons class icons, and I'm going to use the home first, and I just copy that and I paste it, right? So I change this home to settings. Also need to give this button navigation bar item a label attribute, so we just specify the label. The first one will be home, and the second one will be settings, right? So I need to specify it is a label attribute. Okay, when I save it, you will see we create these two button navigation bar items. And here I'm going to comment out these floating button for now, and I using my previous one. So I save. In order to combine these icon with this button navigation bar, inside this scaffold we have a floating action button a location attribute, so we can use a floating action button location this class, and inside this class it defines a lot of static attribute we can access. So in here I'm going to use this center dot, right? When I save, you will notice our floating action button will actually hooked in this button navigation bar. So let's save, and you will see this floating action button actually move to the center of this button navigation bar. And you can also adjust this position of this floating action button. So as I mentioned before, we can wrap this floating action button with our container. So inside this container we have a margin padding attribute, right? So in here I can specify the margin attribute. So we can use edge only, right? And we can specify the top. We can give it like 40. So when I save, you'll see this floating action button will move down a little bit. So I save, you see we can actually adjust the margin of padding to move this floating action button a little bit up or a little bit down. Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson. I hope you enjoy learning Flutter with me, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I will continue uploading the Flutter tutorial. Okay guys, thanks for watching. I will see you in next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel, and in this lesson I'm going to talk about the text field in Flutter. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Also, I will cover all the attributes I list out here and give you a real code example so you have a better idea how to use those attributes when you actually deal with this text field. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. And first we back to our Visual Studio Code and open our Android emulator. Here I already connected with my emulator and I run this very basic Flutter application on my emulator. This is a very basic Flutter project. Here I only wrote this text widget inside this scaffold. So you will see I have a text in the center of our screen. We will start from this point. Here I'm going to delete this text widget and I will replace it by the TextField widget. So when I save, you will see we have a very basic text field shown on our screen. Just this underline, and when I click this underline, you will see our cursor, and also the keyboard will pop up. You may not able to see this cursor. Here I'm going to wrap this text field widget with the padding widget, and we're going to give 20 padding so you're able to see this cursor clearly. So when I click this text field, our cursor will start flicker. Let's back to today's agenda. There are two ways we can actually get the text we parsing into this text field, which is the user input. And the first approach is by creating this text editing controller, and we passing it into this controller attribute. And another way is we creating a variable so we can receive the user input by this unchanged attribute. Back to Visual Studio Code, and in order to create this text editing controller, we're going to make change this stateless widget into a stateful widget. So we're going to recreate this my home page. We're going to delete all of them, and we can create a stateful widget. And I just name it my home page. And I don't think I need this constructor for now, so I just delete it. And we need to remove this constant keyword. So inside this my home page state, and we need to declare our text editing controller. So we can specify our text editing controller using late keyword, and because we will initialize our controller inside our init method, so we're going to declare our controller final. I just call it text editing controller. Call it controller. So, and then we going to implement our init method, initState method. So inside our initState method, and we're going to initialize our controller. I will make it private. So we're going to initialize this controller. It will be equal to text editing controller. Right. Also, we need to write down our disposed method, which to remove this text editing controller. We're going to remove our controller just by call this disposed method. Okay, so let's basic set up our text editing controller. Then inside our build method, we're going to return a scaffold widget. Scaffold widget. Inside scaffold, we have this body attribute, and we're going to write this center widget, and also our TextField widget. Okay, so I would probably give it some padding, so you can see it. I'm going to give it 20 padding as before. And inside this test field, actually you have this controller, right, attribute. So we just passed our controller, so we can get the user input. And in order to see the user input, here I'm going to create another page. So I just call it a second page, and it's a set as the widget. I just call it second page, right? And here I'm going to create a field, call it title. No, I just call it user input, right? User input. So inside this constructor, I remove everything. Just need to this user input, and I will going to return a scaffold as well, and also implement this body attribute. Actually, I think I can just implement it is AppBar, right? And because I will pass our text into this AppBar, just pass this user input, right? So I'm going to, when I click the button, I'm going to navigate to our second page, and also show our user input. Okay, so maybe I can still implement this body attribute and use the center widget. Inside, I use a text widget, right? Which is our user input. Okay, so I will under this text field, and I'm going to, so I create another button. Okay, so maybe I just create another floating action button. So floating action button. Inside this floating action button, I need to implement this on pressed, right, which is required. So when I press this button, and I'm going to navigate to the second page. So I use the navigator dot of context dot push and I will use the material route, page route, material page route. So this builder, I receive the context, I return the second page. Okay, so and I pass this controller dot text. So you can access the user input by using this text attribute. So we save the code, and we're going to rebuild our application. I need to, probably I will give the AppBar, and I'm using the default material AppBar. So I save. So I'm going to type something in here. So I just type this TextField demo, right? So when I click this button, and we are expect to see this text show on our second page, right? Because we pass this controller text to our second widget, a second page. So let's see, when I click this button, we will navigate to the second page. As where we expected, you see we grab this text, which is the TextField demo, from our first page, right, which is this home page. So we can access to the user input by using this controller. Let's go back to our home page, and we can also initialize this text just by setting our initial value inside this controller. So when we move your mouse in this like a text editing controller, you can pass the initial value into this controller. So here I'm going to pass the value is like initial value, right? So I'm going to save the code and I rerun. I need to click this restart because I want this whole application to rebuild again. Okay, you see our application is rebuilt and also show our initial value on this text field because we pass this controller to our text field widget, and also we assign this controller initial value, so you will show on our text field. So this is our first approach to get the user input. Next, I'm going to show you another way to get the user input, which is by implement this onChange method. So here I'm going to comment out this text controller. I'm going to comment out, so this one, and inside our state, my homepage state, I'm going to declare a variable, and I call it our str, string str, right? And I'm going to change its value. So, but we need to initialize before we actually use this value. We're going to initialize to an empty string, and we're going to implement the onChange method. So by default, onChange will pass a string. So I just call it like value. So we will actually get this value. The value actually comes from the user input. So we can assign this string to the user input. So and then we print out this string. So I'm going to pass the string here, right? So I think basically will achieve the same result. Right, so I save the code. I need to restart. Okay, I'm going to type something. I just type this is onChange method. Right. So when I click the go to second page, when I click this button, I will navigate to the second page, and also this line of text will show on our second page. So let's see. I click this button. You'll see this is our onChange method. Yeah, we get the user data in our second approach. And there is two approach we can use to get the user approach. But if you're using the first one, we can actually add some listener, and we can listen to some specific event. Right, so I highly recommend we're using this first approach. because we can do more stuff with the first approach. Next two attribute I'm going to talk is this on editing complete attribute and on submitted attribute. And when you implement those two attributes, when you finish the typing, and you will see this done button on the bottom right, and those attribute only works on the iOS, so I'm not going to show in my Android emulator. So next one is this autofocus. When you set this attribute to true, by default when you navigate to that page, this text field will automatically focus. So let's try this attribute. Here I'm going to implement this autofocus attribute. So when I set to true, and by default this text field will be autofocused. So I need to restart so you can see the effect clear. So when you hit this restart button, you'll see by default this text field will be autofocused. Right? You see this keyboard will automatically pop up because I autofocus this text field. Another way to focus this text field is using this focused node. And this one is useful when you have a multiple text field. So when you finish one text field, you want the next text field auto-focused. So there is a best situation you can use this focused node. So I'm going to wrap this text field with colon widget, and I just copy the same and paste in the next line. Right. So by default, when I set these two auto-focused, the second one actually didn't focus during this time, right? So I will also only focus on the first one. We can use the focus node to control the focus behavior in this text field. So outside of this build method, I'm going to declare two focus node. So I just call it focus node first, and I create another focus node, call it second. So I declare those two focus nodes, and here in order to implement this autofocus, I'm going to implement a focus node, and I pass our first in here. Right, so in our second text field, we also pass our second focus node. So in this on pressed button, so I'm going to comment out, and I want when I click this button, the second text field will be auto-focused. So we can manually control by using this focus scope of context and request focus. Right, so we set these to second, so which is the second focus node. So by saving these, you will see we have two text fields. None of those are focused. When I click this floating action button, I actually request the second text field to be focused. So when I click this button, you will see the second text field actually focused and have this cursor, and we can start to typing. Next one, we're going to talk about this keyboard type. You can actually set different type of keyboard you want. So back to Visual Studio Code, and inside our second text field, we can specify it is a text keyboard type, and we can parse a different type of keyboard. So first, we're going to try this number. So we just set this text input type to number. So we use the text input type this class, and this class implement lots of static attribute we can use. You see we have lots of attribute we can choose here I just choose this number and I save. I click the second text field. You will see our keyboard will show the number only. And feel free to try those different attributes inside the text input type yourself. And let's back to today's agenda. Next one I'm going to talk is you can actually set this autocorrect attribute to true. So you will autocorrect your letter if you misspell. And also we have this text capitalization attribute. You can set the capitalization to even every characters or just the word. So let's try this attribute. So we're going to implement, so first we need to comment out this keyboard type. So for the capitalization, text capitalization, we can try test the capitalization. Usually you just move your mouse to this attribute. You'll see you actually need this class, and you can just borrow this class and using this dot to access it is a static attribute. So here I can choose these characters. So when I save, so every letter I type it will be capitalized. So I click the second text field. So I just type the hello world. You will see every letter I type will be capitalized. So you can also change to like to word, right? So you save, but you need to reload the application. So I type this hello world again. This time only the first letter will capitalize. Right. So let's back to agenda. And next we're going to talk is this text align. So you can actually align the text you typed either by this center, start, or end, or justify. So we're going to try this attribute. So we're going to comment out this text capitalization, and we're going to set the text align. So we try this text line. Text align. So we try end. So let's save. You'll see our text will move to the end of the line. You can also try the center. Okay, so next attribute is this style. So you can actually style the text inside this text field, just the normal text we wrote. For example, you have this style attribute. So you can pass the text style, right? So inside this text style, we can change the color, the font color. For example, I just change it to red. Right, we can change the color, and we can also change the font size, font weight, and font family as well. Next is these max lines. We can change how many lines allow us to input. So back to Visual Studio Code, we can set the max line. You will see we have two attributes. The first is a max length, and another one is these max lines. So we're going to set this to 4. And you will see our second text field will become much higher. And we can go to the next line and just to type hello world again. Right? So we can actually input 4 lines of text. Next one is this obscure text. And we saw this many times. If we're trying to input our password, right? So here I'm going to comment out this max line, and I'm going to this obscure text to true. When I set to true, you are not going to see what kind of like a letter or number I put here. Right? The text will become obscure. Okay, so next we're going to talk is this decoration. You can actually remove a text field underline by set these input decoration collapse. So back to Visual Studio Code, we have these decoration attribute. So we if we're using this input let's see, input decoration, input decoration, and this collapse. So first we're going to this one is required, so we must implement. So we're going to set this to parse4. So we save. You'll see our underline will gone. So we are not able to see this underline. Okay, let's comment out this one. And here we're going to use the normal input decoration. And inside this input decoration, we have a lot of attributes. So first, we can set the hint text to password. So let's save, and we will bring our underline back. When I remove all of those input, you will see this password. So when I start typing, the password will be disappear. So another text is this label text. So if you set this label text, and when I save, you'll see we have this label when you actually trying to type something. So here I'm going to comment out this hint text first. Okay, I just remove it. So I save. And you will see when I start to typing, this label text will on the left top. So when I finish the typing, so suppose I finish the typing, so this label will show on the start of our text field. When I start typing, you will move up to this corner. This is the label text. So it is the difference between hint text and label text. We can also set this helper text, the icon, prefix icon to this text field. So let's see, we're going to implement the icon. So icon, I will use the default material icon. I just need this add. So when I save, you will see we have this add icon before this text input. And if I use this prefix icon, so when I save, you will see this icon is inside this text field. So that is the differences between this prefix icon and icon. So the last one I want to mention in today's lesson is this border attribute inside this decoration. Sometimes we want to customize this text field a little bit, and there is a default outline input border we can use. So back to Visual Studio Code, and we can implement this border attribute by pass this outline input border. Outline input border. Alright, so we save, and we will have a border around this text field, and we can even customize it a little bit by set these different border size or border radius. We can make a round shape by set these border radius. We can use the border radius plus circular, and we can set to 20, and we will make these input a little round at the corner. Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson. Feel free to subscribe to my channel and open the notification so you won't miss out the latest Flutter tutorial. Also, if you can thumbs up my video, that would be really appreciated. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in next video. What's up, my friends? How is everything going? So in today's lesson, I'm going to talk about the date and time inside of Flutter. As you can see from today's agenda, we will cover everything you need to know for this DateTime object inside the Flutter. And also, I will going to teach you how you can use the default DatePicker and TimePicker inside the Flutter. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out my latest Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. First, back to our Visual Studio Code and also connect with our Android emulator. And here you can see inside my main.dar file, I only implement a very basic Stateful Widget since we need to maintain a state when we use this showDatePicker and showTimePicker. So first, we're going to talk about the DateTime object inside the Flutter, how you can convert the DateTime to timestamp and also convert it back to DateTime. I'm going to declare a variable called DateTime to store our DateTime object, and I'm going to declare DateTime. And here I'm going to implement this initial state method. I'm going to initialize our DateTime here and trying to use this DateTime class. Right? And using this DateTime class, we can access to it is different name constructor. And here I would choose this now constructor, name constructor. And when I save, you will see our time shown here. But I know because we implement this initial state method, we need to press this restart instead of this hot reload. Here I'm going to change this hardcode value to our DateTime variable. Right, DateTime variable. So when I save, you will see we have this text widget will show none value because the hot reload didn't solve our problem. We need to restart. So first I'm going to show when we hot reload, it will show this none value, but we need to restart. When I restart, we'll run this initial state method and we will initialize this DateTime object, and you will see we have this formatted DateTime show on the screen, right? Every time you want to revoke this initial state, you need to press this restart button instead of this reload button. Next, I'm going to show you how you can use this DateTime object to create the timestamp. So we're going to declare another variable called timestamp. So under this DateTime, initialize the DateTime, we're going to initialize our timestamp as well, and we're just using this DateTime, and we're using what's the method? It's called millisecond since Apple. Going to use this method, and we probably need to save, and we're going to change this DateTime to our timestamp, right? So when I save, I also need to restart because hot reload didn't re-invoke this initial state method. So I'm going to click this restart button. When I restart, you will see we got this timestamp show on our screen. This is the timestamp we get from the DateTime object we create. To change this timestamp back to the DateTime, we're going to use another method which is inside the DateTime class called from millisecond since output. So back to Visual Studio, and we're going to create another variable. I just call it another DateTime, right? So I'm going to initialize this one and using our timestamp here. So I'm going to set we're using this DateTime from millisecond since output, and I'm going to pass this timestamp here. Right, I'm going to save it, and also I will replace this timestamp with our next DateTime. So I'm going to save, and as well we need to restart our application, and you will see we convert these timestamp back to the formal format DateTime. Okay, we finished the first part, and next I'm going to show you how you can format this DateTime. So back to Visual Studio, and here I'm going to introduce a library. It's very popular called IntL. Right, you have thousands of likes, and you just go to this installing tab, and you follow instruction and put this into your pep specific YAML file and put it under these Cupertino icons. Right, make sure it's under this dependency. Okay, we put here, and also we need to import this library in our main.dart file. So we will put on the top, and then I'm going to format it into this one, right? As you see, the default format, we have a year, month, and day and time. So we want just a year, month, and day. So if we don't want this time, how can we do that? So we're going to use this DateFormat object inside this package. So we're going to format this DateTime, another DateTime, right? So we're going to use the another DateTime. So we delete this one, and we could use this DateFormat. So you need to pass the format string you want to format. Here I just want to format to the year, month, and date, and I just put it here, and I call this a format method and pass our data into here. So I'm going to save, and you will see this one will return a string. So we can just place this another data here inside this one. Let's save, and also don't forget to click this restart button, and you will see we have these year, month, and date show on our screen. Right, you can also format it a little bit and change the style to something like this. Maybe you put like a day before and year at the end. So we save again. We need to click the restart button. Just wait a few seconds. You will see it actually format to the format we want. Also inside our DateTime class, we have this static method which turn this formatted string into a DateTime object, right? And you need to follow the same structure like this, and you cannot customize. You cannot turn something like this one into a DateTime object. You must follow this specific format, right? And when you back to official documentation, and the format shows similar like this. So let's try, and back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to change this format to our this one, and then we're going to use this format string, and we create another DateTime object. Right, so we can create the for example, I call it new DateTime, and I'm going to initialize and using the DateTime dot parse, we parse this format string, right? And also we put this new time inside our test widget. So let's save, and we're going to restart it, right? So let's restart, and you will see we got our DateTime object here. Okay, next I'm going to show you how you can use this showDatePicker and showTimePicker inside the Flutter. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to create a button. So when I click this button, I invoke this showDate or showTimePicker, and we can select a time or date. Then we will display in this page. So we're going to modify it a little bit. So let's delete all of those stuff and change this back to default text. And here I'm going to create a variable which could store the value we choose, and I'm going to create selected date, right? Inside this showDatePicker, we have this initial date attribute. We need to pass the DateTime. So we're going to initialize our selected date just using this DateTime.now. We initialize it, and we can pass this one into our initialized date. So we're going to replace a center widget. I wrap this text widget with our column widget, and under the text widget, we're going to put the button, ElevatedButton here. I'm going to implement this on press method, and also the trial should be just a test widget, and choose date. Let's save. We can also make a main alignment to center. Okay, let's save, and we're going to change this widget to our showDatePicker widget. And here I'm going to change this hardcode value to our selected date, and inside this onPressed attribute, and I'm going to implement a function. So I wrote it here. I just call it select date function. So inside this function, we actually pass our context because we need to use this showDatePicker. The showDatePicker have a three required attribute. The first one is this context, and then is this initial date, and also first day and the last day. So those four should be required. So it must be passed. So here we're going to implement this select, just call the selected date, and we pass our context here. And also you'll notice we use this wait, so we need to make this method asynchronized. Okay, so I think that's all. And also we call this setState to this picker, and this DateTime is unknownable, you know, so we need to check if this pick the no equals now. And the reason is when user click this button, we will show a dialog for user to pick a date. if user click cancel, right, so we will not get anything back from the user, so the value will be none. So we can now call this setState method, and we want the value is not none, means the user select some date, and also it's not equal this the date we initialized, so we will change the state. So let's save the code, and first is none, right, and we need to restart because we want to revoke this initial state method, so we're going to restart. Yeah, we have these shown here, and so we click this button and we will show this pop-up, this showState pop-up. So initialize the date will be the first now, so it will be August 18. So we're going to you will see our first day is from 2000. You will see we first day is from 2000, and the last day will be 2025, and we can choose this date, and we can choose the day after, so we can choose 19, and when we press the OK, and you will see this setState invoked, so our text will be changed to tomorrow. So that's OK, and you will see this date now changed to tomorrow, right? So when the user click cancel, so next thing will happen, we will this line of code didn't invoked, so we cancel, so we didn't change our state, so you keep the same. Actually format our date, so inside this one, and I can just wrap with curly bracket, and I will use this day format. I'm using this DateFormat. I'm going to format these, and I'm going to just like I want to use this style, so just year and month and date. So I save, back to Visual Studio Code, and I paste here. So let's save, and you see we ignore the rest part. So we only keep year, month, and date. So we can select another day, like the day before 17, and we hit OK. You see our date is changed because the setState method invoked. So if you didn't familiar with this setState, I actually create a tutorial talk the detail about the Stateful Widget in the Flutter. So feel free to reach out to my channel page and go to see that video first. Okay, next we're going to implement this showTimePicker. For the showTimePicker, we're going to create another variable to store the selected time. Okay, so selected time, and also we're going to initialize it. And so as you see, these actually receive initial time actually need this time update object. So we're going to create this time update object, and we need to pass the hour and the minute. So we're going to create an object of this time update. So I think the hours would be 23, and minute would be also 23. And when you move your mouse, you'll see that the description for this constructor. For the hours, the value must be between 0 and 23. So for the minute, it must be between 0 and 49. So we create our time, and also we're going to implement another method. So here we just can copy here, and we're going to change these to time, select time, and also change these to showTimePicker. So we're going to remove those three, and so first the required one would be building context. So we already did it, and then is this initial time. Let's implement this initial time, and I pass this selected time. Also, let's see, this should be select time. Okay, this should be the DateTime of day. Okay, so I think we finished this method, select time, and then we're going to change this button to select time, and also change this method to select time. Okay, so here I'm going to delete this part, and I think we could show something like inside this select time. We can access to it is hours, and also the value called minutes, because select time is the object of time of day. To restart, so you won't see any non-point error. So when we restart, we actually grab this initial value, so it's 23 and 23 hours, and I pop the here just hours, and also after this I can just append minutes. So let's save. So we have 23 hours and 23 minutes, and I'm going to change it, right? So I will invoke this method. So when I select time, you'll see this default of a Flutter showTimePicker widget. So you can select time, and we can choose it's morning or the afternoon. So I'm going to change to morning, just 3 a.m. and probably 30. So let's hit this OK. When you hit this OK, you will see our time is changing to 3 hours and 13 minutes. And if I click this select time, I just call this cancel, nothing will happen because this one is equal to none. So this method won't be invoked. So everything will keep as the before. I think that's all for today's lesson, and I hope now you have a better understanding of how you can use this time and date inside the Flutter. Also, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and if you like my video, please thumbs up my video, and I would be really appreciate. Okay, so thanks for your watching, and I will see you in next video. Hello my friends, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. In the last lesson, we have talked about the text field. So in this lesson, I'm going to talk about the Dropdown button, checkbox, radio button, switch, as well as the phone validation. Okay, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out my future Flutter tutorial. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Let's back to Visual Studio Code. Here I already connect with my Android emulator with my VS Code, and also I run my application on Android emulator. As you can see in my main.doc file, and I only declare a Stateful Widget since we need to keep track of the value we select in the dropdown. So we're going to maintain a state, and also when user choose different dropdown item, we need to set the state. We need to update the state and also update the page, right, using setState method. Okay, so here I'm going to write our drop-down button only using the default Flutter provided widget. There are some attributes in this drop-down button class. The most important one is this items attribute, and inside these items we can place a list of drop down menu, and inside this drop down menu we can set it is value attribute. Also the type of the value should be the same as the value declared in this drop down button. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to implement our drop down button from scratch. So here we declare a drop down button using inside this main.file, and this drop down button actually came from material.dar, and inside this drop down button actually we need to implement this items attribute. So action attribute actually took list of a drop down menu item, and also you see we have this dynamic type. And here inside my home page state, I'm going to declare a variable. So I'm going to call it value initial. So I'm going to set to 1, and also I declare a list. Let's call it drop down list, and equal to 1 and 2 and basically 3 and 4. And also I think we can make this final, and we can specify these should be all the string, because in Dart language we have this type inference, so we don't need to specify what kind of data type in this initial, because it will definitely return a string, as you can see here. And also the reason I make this initial value like variable, I didn't make a final, because we need to update its value. We're going to change it, so I think I just call it selected. Okay, so we're going to inside these items we will using this drop down list, and we're going to using this mapped function, and also the map function will return iteratable object. So I'm going to turn into a list, so we can actually put in here. And inside this map function we're going to return drop down I think it's drop down menu item, right? So inside this drop down menu item we're going to implement it is trial, so we can just return a text widget. Inside this text widget we can just replace this element, because this element should be string. You know, this element represent each one inside this drop down list, so it should be string. And also, and we inside this drop down menu item we have this value attribute, so we can also set it to our element here. You can say, yeah, so I set it here. Let's save for now. I'm going to save it, and you'll see we have this drop down showing. So the reason this one is disabled because I think we didn't specify its value. So we're going to implement its value attribute, and we're going to pass this selected this variable here. So we're going to pass it, and we save it again. Now you see our selected show in here. But also you see this one is disabled. The reason is we need to implement it is onChanged method. So I'm going to implement it is onChanged. So first we're going to find this is map. Okay. After these items, we're going to define this onChanged method. By default, this onChanged method will take this string. The reason it becomes string because this value is string, right? So if the value is string, and when you change, you will also pass this element type in here, so which is the string, right? So we can just set this value. So here I'm just going to print it. So let's save. You can using the setState method in here and update the value stored in this selected. So let's save. You will see now we have this drop down button, and also we can change its value. By clicking this button, we can actually see our 4 items showing this drop down. However, when you click one of those items and the value didn't change because we haven't implemented this method inside this onChanged. Right, so I click these 2. You see the value still is the 1. So we're going to change this print method to setState. And we're going to change our selected variable value in here. We're going to update it. So let's save. Okay, we need to change these to string, right? Make it nullable. Also, we need to usually you need to like this if a value no equals null, then you can set its value. Okay, let's save. And so here I'm going to change this value to 2, and you will see our drop down update our selected value, right? So 3, and this is 4. Let's change the data type inside this drop down list. For example, I change this to integer, and I'm going to change this string into a number 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And also selected value I'm going to set to 1. So when I change this value, you see actually this drop down menu, the value the element should be the integer. When you move your mouse, you will see this drop down have this integer value. So we're going to the integer. So for this text widget, the integer cannot be passed into this data. So we're going to use toString method, and also this we should change this one to integer. Then we save. You will see actually we change this drop down into a list of integer. Okay, that's all for this drop down button. And also you can change its icon. And here by default the drop down will use this arrow drop down icon. You can also manually set this icon. So for example, I'm going to set this icon to something else. I can use these icons data. I can use this arrow job. I think it's called downward. I'm going to change it to use this downward. So let's save, and you will see our drop down will change to this downward. And also you can change this icon size. you can make it a little bit larger. So for example, I change it to 24 and okay, 50. You'll see this icon actually increased. So I guess the default is 24. So let's comment out. And also we have to this on change the method. And also we have this style inside this drop down button. Usually it's just to style the text show in here. So we're going to use this style, and also we pass the text style, and we change its color to red. So when I save, and you'll see this drop down actually change to red. Okay, so let's comment out, and also we can implement this underlined attribute. So we're going to implement this underline, and this underline actually accept any widget. So we can just use this container. Inside this container, we can set it is border, or we can use decoration and box decoration. Inside this box decoration, we have this border, and the border we can use box border. I think we just use border dot only border. So inside this one, we only specify it is button. We're going to set border size, and we can set it is color and width. So color I'm going to set to red as well, and I can set width to 2. So let's say, and you will see we have these underline for this drop down button. Okay, that's all for this drop down button inside the Flutter. And next we're going to talk this checkbox. Let's back to Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to wrap a column widget. So we're going to implement this checkbox here. So inside this checkbox, we have something to need to implement. So first is this onChanged method, onChanged attribute. We're going to pass this anonymous function. Another is this value attribute, value and onChanged. Sorry. So I'm going to here it require a boolean. So for example, and we can declare a variable here. So I'm going to make it is checked set to false, initial set to false. I'm going to pass value here, and then on when it changed, we will set the value. So and on change, we using this set state method, we change this checks to this value. Okay, let's save, and we have this checkbox here. I'm going to specify main X alignment to center as well. So you see we have this checkbox. When I click it, actually you will see this box is checked, and then I can uncheck it, right? Because the check state is maintained by this is checked this attribute. And also we have this active color, so we can change these to something like red active color. I can change to red, and I save. When I check it, you actually have this red color. Next, we're going to talk about this radio button. So to go back to Visual Studio Code, about this checkbox, I'm going to declare a radio button. And inside this radio button, we have a 3 attributes need to implement. So the first one is this value. So here I'm going to declare a variable, and I just call it, for example, and I set this sex value to just to male. Right, so here I'm going to set this value to male, and next one is this group value, so I can pass this variable here and on change the method, and I'm going to using the set state and change this value to here. I'm going to receive a value here. I'm going to check okay, so another radio button, we can just copy another one, but we need to keep these group value the same, and also I'm going to change to female. Okay, and also I think we can give it label. Here it's hard to see, right? And we can use the radio list tail, and we can specify title here. So I'm going to give it title. I think it set. Okay, it's a text widget. So I'm going to name it female. Here I just copy the same, change it to radio list tail, and here is a male. So I just save, and you will see you can only click choose one from those two. And when I select this one, my sex value would change to male, and when I click this female one, the sex value will change to female. And this radio list tail is default provided by the Flutter team. You can also implement your own radio button, and we can use a radio button along with another text widget and wrap into a road widget. We can achieve this same result. The reason why those two radio button is aligned in start, because this radio list tail by default will occupy this entire width. So we can wrap these with a container, and we can keep a color, so you can see colors blue. So when I say, you'll see by default these radio list tail occupy this entire row. Okay, so some of you want to like make a center, so we could probably I think we can just make another road widget wrap with this. We wrap inside this row, and we have another text widget. We can name it like male, right? So when I say, and also we can using this main X alignment to center. So when I say, we will see this one actually in the center. You can use this row widget, and cause you can change to its position. But if you're using this radial list tail, by default you also provide some useful attribute. For example, this title, subtitle, right? So for example, I implemented subtitle. We can choose choose your sex, right? You will show under this title. It depends the situation, what kind of radio button you want to use. Okay, so that's all for radio button. Next, we're going to talk this switch button. The switch button is the most easy one. So we're going to declare a switch button. So I think after about this row widget, we declare a switch widget. So inside this switch widget, we can implement this value. So we just set to true, and also on changed, we can. Okay, we still need to declare a variable. So I just it is on. So we're going to pass this variable here, and also in onChanged method, we're going to change its value. So here we set a boolean value, and just call it value. And also, if the value equals to none, we're going to using this set state and going to change our its own value to okay. Actually, we can use this one. Let's say, and you will see we have this switch button here. So by default it's false. When I click, it will change to true. Right? It's very easy for this switch button. And next, I'm going to talk this form validation. Okay, so back to Visual Studio Code. Remember, we have talked about the text field in our last video. But if you're using this text field, by default it didn't have this validator attribute, so you cannot validate your form. But if you're using this text form field, and by default you have this validator attribute, so you can actually pass a function to validate your input text. And inside this validator, you can pass the function. So here I'm going to write a function, and you will check if the text field have the text. So we're going to save it, and you will see we have this input text shown here. And also I need to declare a button. So when I click this button, I'm going to evaluate our form. Right? So we're going to right here just validate. Going to validate our form. So on press. But before we can actually validate our form, we need to wrap this text form field into the form widget, which provided by Flutter team. So we're going to wrap these text form field with this custom widget, and which is this form widget. So inside this form widget, we have at least a key attribute. So we're going to pass the key, and which we can use, which we can get the state of our form, and we can actually do the validation. And here we're going to declare this key, so it's like a global key equals global key, and here is pass our form state, and we're going to use this global p and pass it here. Right, so we save. So and then we can using this global key, right, to access this counter state, and we just call this a validated method, and we need to make sure this state is not none. So when I save this one, when I actually press this button, if I didn't input anything, you will show the arrow says we need to enter some text. So let's see, when I press this button, you'll actually see this text which we define here. Please enter some text here. So if we actually have some text, and then we press this validate button, this arrow text will be gone. So let's click. So if you didn't implement this validator, so when you press, if you didn't put any content in this text field, and you're trying to press this validate, nothing will happen. So that's the way you can validate the form. Okay, I think that's all for today's lesson, and I hope now you had a better idea how to declare a different kind of form related stuff inside the Flutter. Also, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will continue uploading the latest Flutter tutorial. And if you like my video, please thumbs up my video. I will be really appreciate. Thanks for watching. I will see you in next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to my 4-Star School YouTube channel. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the dialog in the Flutter. As you can see here, we have a lot of topics will be covered in this video. Before we start, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification so you won't miss out the future Flutter tutorial. If you can thumbs up to my content, I will be really appreciate. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Let's back to Visual Studio Code and also open our Android emulator. As you can see here, I have already connected with my Android emulator with my Visual Studio Code, and also I have start my demo application in the emulator. And here I have this basic project setup. Only have this very simple Stateful Widget. Inside this build method, I create an AppBar, and also in the body section, I create a text widget. Just have a very simple text called dialog. And we will start from this point. So back to Mindmap. Before we're going to use the dialog, there are two built-in dialog, which is alert dialog and simple dialog we can use. If you're going to use those two dialog, you must use another helper method, which is called showDialog. And actually, you can put this alert dialog or simple dialog inside this build method. So I'm going to show you how you can declare those dialog. So first, we're going to declare a helper method, and I just call it show my dialog. Inside this show my dialog, I'm going to call this show dialog method. And as you can see in this show dialog, we need to parse two things. The first one is the context, and the second one is this builder. So in this builder, we're going to use our alert dialog. So inside this alert dialog, and we're going to actually implement its attribute. And we still have error here because we need to pass the context inside this builder. We're going to grab the context and pass in here. So inside this alert dialog, we have a lot of attributes. The most important is this title attribute, content attribute, and also the action attribute. So we're going to implement those one by one. First, we're going to implement this title attribute. The title actually received any custom widget. So we're going to use a text widget. We're going to say this is a title of alert. And then we have this content attribute. The content also receive any custom widget, so we can just copy those text widget again, but change this to description of this dialog. After that, we have this action section. So inside this action section, we're going to declare two buttons. So one is confirm, or maybe yes, another would be no or cancel. And here I'm going to use the text button. You can use any kind of button, such as elevated button, text button, outlined button. Here I'm using this text button, and I'm going to pass the text widget for its child. I'm going to pass this one is cancel. Right. So I'm going to copy and create another text button. One call it confirmed. So let's save. And you'll notice we haven't called this method yet. So we're going to replace this text widget with another button, elevated button. And inside this button, we're going to have this child attribute. I'm going to write alert dialog. And also only on press the method, we're going to pass our function, show my dialog function in here. So let's save. You'll see we have this alert dialog button. When I press this button, alert dialog will show. Let's see. When I press this button, you'll see we actually see this alert dialog. You can either hit this confirm or this cancel. And here I'm going to write some print statement on our console, so you can see the button is actually clicked. So I'm going to declare two print statement. Here, the first one is cancel, and the second one is confirm. Right. So I will save again and bring out my console. I need to clear my console. Okay, so here I click this dialog again. When I click this cancel button, you will see our console will print this cancel. Let's see. You see we print out this cancel, and when I click this confirm, you will print out the confirm statement. Right. And also we want, when we click this cancel button, we're going to dismiss this dialog, so we can use the navigator of context pop. So we will actually dismiss our dialog. So let's save. We're going to click this again. You see, when I click this dialog, when I actually hit this cancel button, the dialog will dismissed. So let's hit this one. You see our dialog is dismissed. Also inside our helper method, which is this showDialog method, we have this barrier dismissible attribute by default set to true, which means I can dismiss the dialog when I click the background, right? This dark side. So when I click the background, this dialog will be dismissed. And if I set this attribute to false, barrier dismissible, I set to false. And during this time, when I click the background, the dialog still will exist. Let's click this dialog. So when I click this background, nothing will happen. We need to click this cancel button because inside this cancel button, we implement this navigator port method, so it can be dismissed. Okay, so let's for the basic alert dialog, and also we have other attribute inside this alert dialog. We can change its background color, and also change its elevation, and also can change its shape. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and we can change the background color of our alert dialog. So we're going to change it to blue color. When I save, when I click this dialog, you will see our dialog actually turn to blue, right? And also we can change its shape. So for the shape, we can use a circle border. Right, so when I save, you will see next time when I open the dialog, yeah, because our text is blue, by default is a blue color, so it's hard to see. I'm going to change this dialog to amber. Now we'll be able to see these cancel and confirm. But you see we have these circular dialog. It's no good, so we can change to another, which is I think it's called rounded rectangle border. So when I use this one, we can actually set it is border radius. We can set it is border radius. Circular, change to 20, and you will see this dialog actually will have a rounded border. Okay, that's all for our alert dialog. Next, I'm going to talk about this simple dialog. For the simple dialog, there is nothing special. You can use as the same as this alert dialog, but you have these children attribute, so you can even customize it a little bit. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to declare another method, which is called show simple dialog. Inside this method, we're going to use show dialog, which is provided by Flutter SDK. And inside this build method, we're going to return simple dialog. Right? We pass the context here. Okay, so inside this simple dialog, we have this title attribute, and we can use the text widget. Okay, simple dialog. And also we have this children attribute. Inside this children, we can pass simple dialog options, and inside these options, and we can pass some text. For example, this would be options 1, and actually they have this on pressed, and we can print something like options 1 clicked. We can just copy these simple options and make 3 options, change these to 2 and these to 3. Okay, let's save. I'm going to pass this show simple dialog in, I think it is in here. Okay, change the name to simple dialog. Let's save. Oh, here you see we have this simple dialog button. When I click this single dialog button, we will actually use this single dialog we can declare. So let's click this button. You'll see we have this simple dialog and we have these 3 options. And let's bring out our console, and we're going to clear the console. When I click this option 1, you'll see we'll print out this statement. So this is option 1. You see option 1 is clicked, and we can print the option 2 and option 3. You can even customize a little bit by passing some custom widget inside this child attribute. And because by default this show dialog have this barrier dismissible set to true, so we can actually click the background to close this dialog. Okay, that's basic for this simple dialog. Sometimes you want to customize the dialog a little bit more, and here is another way you can declare your own dialog. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and here I'm going to declare another method, show own dialog. So inside this one, I still use this show dialog method, and going to implement it is build method. I just pass the context. I'm going to return, in this time we just return this dialog class. So inside this dialog class we can actually implement it is a child attribute. For example, I just use this container. I set custom height to 300 and width to 300 and give the color to green. So let's see, we're going to save it and copy this show dialog. We're going to change our scaffold. We're going to make these custom dialog. Also put our method here. Let's say, yeah, here you see we're going to close this console. Here you see we have this custom dialog button. When I click, you will see we have this square container with this green color. So let's see. Yeah, when I open, you will see we have this square, and we can even customize it a little bit. For example, we can use the stock widget and also position widget to make these dialog even better. If you didn't know the stock widget or position widget, feel free to reach out my channel page and find my widget tutorial to get more familiar with those Flutter widget. If you want to see the height and width of this dialog, you can change the height of this container to double infinity. Same as the width, we can change to double infinity and save it and open the dialog again, and we can see the width and height of this dialog. And you see by default it's now the entire screen. There is another method you can use to make the whole screen dialog, which is this show general dialog. In this method, we can make the entire screen as a dialog. So let's back to Visual Studio Code, and by knowing those width and height, so we can actually use this container to make our custom dialog. So first we're going to implement this child attribute, and we will use this stock widget. Inside this stock widget we have a children attribute, so we're going to put one container and one circle we're going to keep the container, let's see, 200 width and 200 height. Also keep the color, I think box, I think just color yellow. For another container, we will probably do the same thing, but we're going to change this to a blue one, and also make it a little smaller. Or we're going to use the decoration to make this container a circle. We use box decoration. If we will use box decoration, we're going to move the color inside this box decoration. Also, the shape would be box shape circle. So let's save for now. We're going to remove the green color of this container. I'm going to close it. Open again, and you will see we have these custom shape. Here we're going to remove this white background of this dialog. So we're going to set this background color to colors transparent, and also when I save, you will see we still have the shadow, this shadow effect. So we need to set the elevation to 0. We're going to set to 0 when I save, and this time those shadow effect will gone. I need to very careful. Only those very small area can be clicked, and you can dismiss this container. This dialog, custom dialog. Here I'm going to wrap my container with position widget and set it top to 0 and left to 0. So I save, and also for this container, also wrap with the position widget. Set to bottom to 0 or right to 0. So let's save. And when I click this dialog, you will see the blue circle will on the bottom right, and the square will be top left. And I'm going to customize it a little bit, or just adjust those position. So for the yellow one, I think top would be 200 and left just 50. Save. I want it to be the center. Okay, probably. And also the bottom would be, I think, 100, and right would be 50. Let's save. You can make your own custom widget, just adjust those positions, right? Okay, I think that's all for our custom dialog. If you want to make the dialog which occupy the entire page, I recommend you using this show general dialog. Let's back to Visual Studio Code. We're going to create another method. I just call entire dialog. I'm going to show general dialog. So inside this show general dialog, we have this page builder. Still, we need to pass our context and return. We can just return a container. Okay, we need to animation. So I just call it animation 1 and animation 2. Okay, we return a container. I will give it a color. And set to weight to double infinity. Because we're going to see the weight and height of this general dialog. So also for this entire dialog. Then we're going to use this function So we scroll down to the show dialog, we replace it and also change this to entire page dialog. So let's save. And when I click this button, you'll see the entire screen will turn to red, and we have no way to go back. The only way we can go back, just click this go back button. Of course, we didn't implement anything yet in here, so we can click this go back button to our home page. Okay, I think that's all for those dialog. And next, I'm going to talk about the button sheet in the Flutter. Let's back to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to create another method. I'm going to call it show button sheet. Okay, we're going to use this show button model button sheet. Okay, inside this one, still we need to pass our context, and we're going to return a container, and we can, in order to customize it, we're going to change it is height and width. But first, I didn't say height and width. You can see the default height and width for this button sheet. So I'm going to just pass a text widget by button sheet. I'm going to pass this method in our operator function and change the title to button sheet. Let's save and open our Visual Studio Android emulator. When I click, you'll see we have this button sheet pop-up. But it's very small. We can customize it a little bit, and we can change the height and width, probably 200, and width is 200 as well. So let's save. This time you'll see we have more space for this button sheet. I think the weight of the button sheet didn't work, so we can remove it. It still took exactly the same spot. You see, because the width by default you will occupy the entire width of the screen. Okay, there's for this button sheet, you can even customize it a little bit by pass your custom widget into this child attribute. So I think that's all for today's video. So I hope now you gain more understanding of how to use those dialog, even know how to customize it a little bit. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and I will keep uploading Flutter tutorial and as well as the Flutter UI tutorial. Okay, thanks for watching. I will see you in the next video.